Hello, hello. Starting earlier and earlier every day. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Bluff. Yeah, so it's 7:53 my time. I just happen to be able to start the stream. I'm awake. I don't see any reason in waiting. And also, I've got quite a lot planned for today, just not just with the stream, but in general. So, yeah. Hey, Rod. Hey, Advent. Hey, David. Welcome in, everybody. So, yeah, today's goal is to finish up the design document. I mean, as much as we can. So let's write this out. Today. Adam is planning to wrap up the design, the initial design for SIABT. Please read this if you are at all confused by anything. He plans to start the code base on Monday. Hey, night, Paul. Yeah, so I have been designing this for this entire week, and one of the things I've been talking about is what we'll do for the prototype. Well, I'm debating on whether we should even have a prototype, because when I consider what happened, did I write this here somewhere? Oh, man. Yeah, anyway, I wrote this down. So not sure we even need a prototype. Checkpoint 1 will probably teach us the same things and save us time. When I think of what happened for Skeleseller, it started as Idle Ascendants, and there were 3 weeks spent on prototyping. And in Skeleseller's case, Idle Ascendants turned out to not be a fun enough game, in my opinion. Like, to make this fun, I think it would have turned into just an average idle game. Wait, let me load save game. Yeah, so we did save time not making this game, but it still took 3 weeks to do this. So what if we had just skipped the prototype and we were like, all right, we're making final code. Maybe it would have taken us 4 or 5 weeks to get to this point, and then we probably would have scrapped it. Hi. Hi, Abby. Want to sit down? So what I'm wondering about is, what are the odds of us scrapping what I do with what would have been a prototype? We're stuck in a broken tutorial. Hey, Atomic. Yeah, early stream. Hey, Leap Your Girl, am I nuts? Hi. Hi, cat. Catch him on VODs. Game sounds like an insta wishlist so far. Nice. Oh, you're the best. Man, this is her like new thing. I feed her in the morning. She comes over. She sits on my lap. She falls asleep for like an hour. She paralyzes my legs. Hey, Schwartz. Okay, yeah. So anyway, that's what I'm thinking about here. I'm gonna write this down. Man, how do you expand this without having it go into rename mode? Like, why does that happen? Oh, I don't know. All right, so prototype. Maybe we'll write checkpoints. So I decided against a prototype for this game. With Skeleseller, I spent 3 weeks on Idle Ascendants first, and we did end up drastically changing the design after experiencing that game. However, yeah, I don't know. So if we had pursued Idle Ascendants without a prototype, I hopefully would still have pivoted, but maybe it would have taken slightly longer. I.e., this whole thing is a gamble. If the prototype of SIABT had been fine, then we would lose time due to having to remake everything. If it ends up being good, then we'll save time by not having to retread the beginning work. Yeah. Make sure I'm unable to move for as long as possible. She just wants to be warm and loved. And you're both of those, aren't you? Yes, you are. My goodness. Hey, Xyletics. Hey, SWAT Kid. Love how the explanation for why you're against the prototype slowly devolved into a reason you need to. No, but that's the thing, right? It is a gamble. I think any prototype is there to like prove the product does or doesn't work. And sometimes it's to save costs. Well, which is kind of by proving that things do or don't work. But as an example, like let's say you were making a new hardware device. Maybe you're making a new phone. If you don't prototype that and you just go to market immediately, it'd be crazy. So you probably are going to prototype something like that. In this case, we're not talking about such huge amounts of time, but still saving like 2 weeks by just making the game and then testing that out, I think would be worthwhile. Hey, Yopo, welcome in. Mood changed around here as soon as Abby came over. I love cats too. Okay, so I think we should still do a checkpoint system like we did with Skeleseller. That part worked great. So checkpoints. Checkpoint 1. I think the goal... Whoops. Excuse me. Hang on a second. It's like all the moisture left my mouth for a second there. All right, checkpoint 1. The goal is figure out if people like the idea of the game. Like lay enough foundation that it's easy to picture what the game might look like, show it off briefly, and have people play test the intro. Yeah. Code as if it might not even be a game versus you're just going to make the game and be more agile about. Maybe in hindsight, I think it might look that way a little bit, but Idle Ascendance, like this was the plan for the game, and this would have shown us enough. Like there's a lot of stuff that's missing. Like we don't have collision here between boundaries, and yeah, there'd be like better UI and everything. But in general, this represented the game vision that I had, like close enough. And like I said, I think this game could have worked. I just think it would have been very different. You'd have these battle windows playing out that just nobody cares about, and there's no reason to care about them. And it just becomes about like leveling up. So I do think this would have led into Skeleseller. I think one of the other things that's probably worth considering here a little bit is that the graphics used for this ended up changing pretty drastically. But I think even in Checkpoint 1, we were using a lot of the same graphics. So anyway, I don't know. Let's save this. Yeah. Happy 7 streams and happy 5 streams to you, David. So, okay, checkpoint 1, figure out if people like the idea of the game, laying a foundation that's easy to picture what the game might look like, show it off briefly. Laying a foundation that it's easy, that I'll just say you no longer need to just imagine what the game will look like. Yeah. Have, like, gauge people's reactions to the story and general flow. All right, to make a really basic title screen, play game, settings, quick game. Yeah, maybe put a version number. The game will have a few of these things. Music, yeah, we just slot some things in. That's all good. All right, so checkpoint 2. So goal. Well, I guess the questions we need to ask, like, do we need to pivot? So it's not really questions after prototype. It's questions after, where'd that section go? Here, questions after checkpoints. Maybe we'll put this underneath the checkpoint section. It's already pretty close. So let's just move this here. Oops, not like that, like that. There we go. Hey, Trackley. Hey, Gove. No, I don't get that question a lot, at least not on Twitch. Funny thing is, I am way more of a dog person. Got attacked by a cat once, but Abby's different. Well, also, you can't get attacked through a video. So, she's just a cute little cat right now. Is the next game going to be written in the same Godot C# combo? No Rust? Please take a look at the FAQ, because it has the answer to that there, but it also has the answer to a bunch of other questions that you might have. Am I going to fork Skeleseller and reuse stuff or start fresh? So the biggest question there is how much that we reuse do we turn into a library to share between the two games? Because presumably another game would also want that library, and it could just kind of form a foundation of tooling stuff. And I don't have an answer to this. Yeah. Well, okay. I guess I have an answer to the initial question, which is the plan is to start fresh. But then, yeah, what do we do when it comes to something we reuse? Like, probably we'll want fade functions, right? So option 1 is just copy paste it in, And option 2 is make a library. There's like the scene structure and such. Not sure how to share. Yeah. The scene structure might be different. But I do wonder for cases like this where it's like, okay, this does what you'd expect. It works. It works great. Probably any Godot project could use it. Should we make a proper library? And I think we probably should. The issue with making a library, like the pros are we can use it forever. And I guess another pro is any updates to this would potentially help all of the games. Cons is that this will modify Skeleseller. So any bugs in the library will be bugs in every game. But they don't even have to be like bugs. There could be some, well, like interaction from the Skeleseller side that makes it a bug. Well, they don't have to be in the library. So that's why I'm torn about this. The ECS, the state machine, some of those proved to be good. Yeah. Now there's another option, I guess. And this is kind of an interesting option. Maybe this is what we should do, which is make a library out of any code that we identify is shared between the games, but only use the library from Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. This is maybe the option we should go with. Can you not make it a separate library? You can make it a separate library. The question is who uses it. So if you realize in your code base you have something like a equals whatever, like 5 times 7, and in some other code base you have I don't know, some other number, 8 times 7, and you're like, oh hey, this is common code, we'll make a like multiply by 7 function, and we'll take in a number and we'll return num times 7. So like this is a function. You can put it anywhere you want. You can put it in just Skeleseller. You can duplicate it to the new game. You can put it in a library and then share the things. So yeah, the question is where to use this. And what if, let's say, accidentally here I wrote an 8, and I mean this represents a bug in terms of what people expect when it says multiply by 7. But then yeah, does Skeleseller get broken and I just never notice, and now reviews start plummeting and yeah, hey Mevins. So I think option 3 might be good. Look into using it as a submodule, and each game can point to a committed branch. Yeah, but then we run into the potential cons of, like, here's pretty much what I'm picturing, right? We have fade functions. Oops, I'm not in the Skeleseller code base. But anyway, we have fade functions, and we have things like fade in and fade out. So this has some parameters here. Maybe there's a duration and I don't know, a node. What if we eventually add in something like, I don't know, like fade color? So it fades in from red or something. And now we go modify the Skeleseller code and we're like, all right, well, to keep it the same, we need to pass in transparent, but like I don't do it correctly everywhere. Now we break Skeleseller. I think it's probably best to just leave Skeleseller as is. Plus, if there's no ongoing development for Skeleseller, I think I've talked myself in option 3. And even then, this option is more costly than option 1. So I don't know, but maybe I should talk about that somewhere in the document. Implementation notes, library code. I think we have 2 main routes we can choose from for sharing code from Skeleseller. Option 1, well, I'll say 3 and I'll just reject one of them. Option 1, just copy paste whatever we need. This leads to outright duplication. So any changes would need to be made to both code bases. Future code bases would also need to copy paste. Then option 2 is make a library, but only use it from this game. This would make it so that future code bases could reuse the code, but that we wouldn't negatively impact Skeleseller since we wouldn't even be modifying anything. And option 3, make a library that we use from Skeleseller as well. And this could negatively impact Skeleseller. The point was that you wouldn't need to change Skeleseller, just use an older version of the shared library, but yeah, option 3 works. a separate library. I don't think I follow. I guess it's that we'd make a new repo, which is like shared library. But then Skeleseller has to use that. And I'm saying any usage of it would involve a change to Skeleseller. As an example, there was a bug a while ago in Godot where they said something like libraries aren't optimized by default. So even if it's literally the exact same code, just by loading it through another library, it might be slower somehow. I'm not totally sure because we weren't in this scenario, so I didn't look into it too much. I think I wrote a note about it somewhere. And yeah, anyway, I think we should, yeah, probably just go with this. So I think that way future games can benefit from this library. Yeah. Maybe I should go find that note that I have. Probably. Godot library optimization, something like that. It's a mono thing. And it was still an open issue. There's something that I wrote down about this property group. No, C# and Godot. What am I doing? Optimize. Maybe I never wrote it down because it didn't impact me. Maybe like C#. Assembly? That might be it. Assembly might have been the word that they use. Hey, Original Pepper. I'll see if I can learn more about libraries because my brain isn't computing. Well, so I'll try to make this pretty quick. A library is just some shared code. You could look at it that way. So like, let's say you need a function to plot some data. You're drawing a graph. And I also need that function. That function could live in a library that we both use. And I mean, if it's just one function, that's something, but like it would probably have other functions that are similar. So as an example, like we might have plot some data. We might have color the graph differently. We might have like export to PDF or something like that. Whatever things you can imagine, it's like this now becomes like graph library. And you can use it from your code. I can use it from my code. And now whenever they make updates, if they make their graphs better or prettier or something, we just all get the benefits from it. As opposed to like, well, I copied their code and you copied their code. And now like I chose to expand on it. No one really benefits from that other than me unless I submit it back to the original repro. There's something about this, maybe, no, not this. What do we have? 122 open issues? It was some performance issue. Maybe I should search for performance. 12 issues. Okay, it's got to be one of these, right? Maybe this. There was some script that they said you could copy paste in, and I just want to find that. Oh, maybe it's not this. Wonder how many issues Unity has. Do they have a tracker that's public? Because it would be kind of interesting to know. I think all major software projects, unless they have like very rigorous triage, have tons of bugs open. And just because you have rigorous triage doesn't mean you fix the bugs. Like Chrome probably has a ton of bugs. VS Code probably has a ton of bugs. GIMP probably has a ton of bugs. Well, library could be for one game, and the thought is to use it again in the future. But if you haven't gotten to the point in the future, then it's not really different from just kind of including the code. Maybe it's this. Oh my God, if it's this, that would be great because I don't want to keep searching for this. I remember vaguely what the comment looked like. Maybe it was fixed. Maybe I'm just looking at open issues and I shouldn't be. Is it this? This was closed on. When was this closed? Because I looked at it maybe a month ago, so it can't have been 2025. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. Okay, well, that's too bad. Because I think it's important. Yeah, I think it's important. I don't know what to do about that. Does optimize bring something else? I already searched for this. Problem is, it might have a weird video or a weird issue title. The other thing is, I don't remember what it was even called. We just tested it somewhere. I can't find it. All right, I should maybe give up on this. Yeah, fine. Well, all right. There was some Godot issue around potentially needing to optimize shared libraries. I can't find it though. Does having all your memories from past games impact the story? I think that's just a rule of the world, or maybe characters. I don't know, rules of the world. And I should put this as a term. Game characters, these are NPCs or agents, but not the architect. And IRL player, I sometimes use this to refer to the player in real life who would have purchased the game on Steam. This is to differentiate between player, who is the main character of the game. Can you repeat what you're looking for? I have a vague recollection of some Godot issue where somebody complained about the performance of C#, and the solution for their particular case was to modify either their solution file or their CSproj file to add a property group that did something. And I can't remember what. Maybe if I just search for property group and performance. It might be this. It might be in the 32 remaining items here. Maybe that's it. No, this is completed. Oh, I'm looking at closed issues. If you're looking at open issues. I think it would be this. There's something collapsed here where there's like 7 extra comments that I'm not reading? I saw 2 that were collapsed. Did they mention property group here? No. Hey, Magnetic Mind. Hey, Baki. Hey, Phil. Had to work from the office. They have some kind of like grace period, but I think it's only maybe 1 stream. Is this it all? This it at all? No. All right. Well, and it's not this, is it? Is this an issue or a PR? No, it's a PR. Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be in a PR. All right, I don't remember. All right, let's move on. So where did I write this down? Yeah, this stuff. I want to write down that game characters keep their memories. So where do we write that? I guess it'd be for agents. Agents keep their memories of past worlds. Rationale, this is for story reasons. If they didn't remember anything, then they're then the main character wouldn't remember anything. They wouldn't know to be surprised when they look down at themselves and see a different sprite. How has this hot ball of lava changed since Monday? Oh man, so there's been some really interesting stuff. Yeah, that's the first thing. It's a horror FPS now. You shoot fears out of your gun and you instill them into new characters so that they become scaredy cats. The main thing is that I think the themes got more cohesive. So back then, I think we were talking about, like on Monday at least, I think we were talking about like the general idea was you enter these broken worlds, you befriend the architect, and then you eventually fix the worlds. And one of the things I was grappling with is if you fix the worlds, it means that there was something wrong with them. And what we changed it to is that the NPCs, or like how do I say this? The agents within these games became NPCs because they didn't like those games. So now the new idea is you have to find the correct games for them and they come back to life. They being the NPCs. And this fits more with the theme of like accept imperfection as a creator, and as a consumer, like don't be a zombie and just keep playing games you don't like. This is the summary of it. I think it's a little bit more impactful with how I wrote it for the game itself. But yeah, this was one of the main things I was a little bit torn by is, wait, if you're fixing stuff, doesn't that mean that that theme of accepting what's imperfect is not really a theme, doesn't get undercut by this? And then we came up with some really cool ideas for some games. And I started kind of mocking up what the... Why is this not animated? Oh, I got to click the play button. Started mocking up what the world might look like for the platformer a little bit at least. So like, we're probably going to use this character. We might put a cap on them or something. I actually also mocked up just what would it look like to be able to move this character. But there wasn't any like major reason for that. And there's no collision and stuff. This was me just doing something for like 5 minutes yesterday. You can actually jump, but none of it feels like smooth or buttery or anything. So it's just this sort of thing. And then, yeah, you'd fall down through the world and you'd trigger the first cutscene pretty much. So like farming sim guy is stuck in platformer world. Yeah, pretty much. So it's like the people in the farming game who are just NPCs don't actually like those games. And eventually you like wake them up and get them to different worlds. So that by the end of the game, there's going to be this like mismatch of a bunch of sprites and a bunch of like disparate worlds. And I really like the themes around that. Okay, so this has been done. Yeah, I wrote this here too. I'm debating on whether we need all day to work on the design. I'm torn on this. So if we wrap up design at lunchtime, let's say, or like by lunchtime, we could start the code this afternoon. I think this is a bad idea for a lot of reasons. Namely, like, we don't have a lot of time to gain momentum. Maybe we don't need it, though. I don't know. Don't have a lot of time to gain momentum. Oh, yeah, that's right. The design. I would be taking time from designing. And what are the good reasons? If the design is truly done, there's no reason to like linger on it for another few hours. Did Quickie Joe make any art yet? No, because, well, I guess technically yes. Let me share something. So one of the things that we needed to do, and this is kind of a kind of an interesting problem in this particular game. So like, let's say this is our main character. We would need her to show up in other games with a unique look. So that let's say we're in this and we get this set of graphics. So like over here, you see some characters, but like, are those your character? How do you know? So we need some way of you being able to tell at a glance that this is that person. So what Quickie Joe did is added, wait, hang on a second. I'm trying to find this. Added a hat to that character. So this is obviously very different from over here. And then the hat could be used for all the different sprites, and we can use the same colors that she has. So like blue with some gold stripes, maybe red boots. And then he also tested with glasses. I don't think I like the glasses as much, but here would be with glasses instead of a hat. Now, if we did have the character wear glasses, I think having the architect also wear glasses could be kind of interesting because they are kind of the same character almost. But yeah, it's neat to just think of like, how would we give that idea of identity across? But that's it. That's as far as artwork done. But I think he's really itching to do more. I don't know if I said hi, but hi, Deller, and hey, Galaxy Inferno, and Alexis, and TJ. So, the duck is so cute. These ones? I think it must be these ones. But yeah, they are very cute. And I like that they have little ducklings there too. Yeah, it's going to be a fun game to make. Okay, so yeah, this good reason. If the design is truly done, there's no reason to linger on it for another few hours. I'll be taking time for designing. Don't have a lot of time to gain momentum. I don't want to work this weekend and lose steam for next week. Yeah. So I think the true question comes down to this versus this. Do we need the design time? And I think it's, if yes, then the groundhog, whatever, saw its shadow, and it'll be 3 more hours of it. And if no, probably just don't have another stream today. So I think that's the best decision. Let me write that down. Design today. If I find that we're flagging by lunch, then we probably shouldn't do an afternoon stream. Alternatively, we could start the code base and set things up, but just not code anything. I don't know. I'd rather do it all in one day. Yeah, I think that's the conclusion. All right, great. So file and filed items, we still need to do that. Need all the starting games to make sense with a new story, to know exactly what to do when it comes to prototyping. Yeah, so let's go take a look at this. I have a lot of this written down already. We have the whole start of the game here. Story-driven ideas, these things, and then you end up back in the farming game. Where did I write this out, though? Story beats, I guess? I don't have one dedicated place. I guess this is as close as we get. Yeah, this is pretty close. So we have a title screen. The title screen can just be like black and white for all I care. I don't think it really matters right now. Obviously, in later checkpoints, it's going to have to look better, but there just needs to be a way to click play game. So yeah, very basic title screen. I want to like highly emphasize this. Emphasis on basic. Don't spend forever on this. Baby street building. I assume you'd be coding or designing the intro platform. Yeah, very likely. And like just general scene management and stuff. So first platformer, here's what we have so far. And what we're doing right now is a kind of like a sanity check. Does the game match what I have for the story? Is the game solid? Do we have anything else we need to do? So this game isn't so much about comedy as it is setting the tone of the game. We have this character. And again, for those who haven't heard, you're going to be able to use all of the abilities you see on here, but pretty much none of them are going to matter because the whole point of this game is for you to fall through the world eventually. So we're going to take that stance a lot where we flesh things out for pretty much just kind of game realism, but not game functionality. And then world assets, I've got some other ones that are here. Yeah, something like this I think could potentially be fine. I'd like something with a little bit of depth maybe. So you can see a shadow, but I don't think it's a problem. And hey, Miss CXP. And also playing. What if we actually enjoy the mini games? Yeah, so some of them will have a lot of depth that you could explore, like little Easter eggs. Yeah. Phonetic mind. Okay, so yeah, if we use this character, we have a ton of animations, including attack animations. We should code them into the game, maybe even have breakable objects, but we won't get to the point of requiring the player to use attacks. It would be cognitive overload. Yeah, so there's reasons behind all this stuff. And again, this is kind of what we had as the proof of concept here. If I click this, then I think you can zoom in. Oh, I gotta click this now. There's got to be some better way to do that, right? So like imagine that this is your view. And now we can, move this character. Again, it'd look a lot better than this. But yeah, you're just moving through the world. You're like, oh, I can double jump. I can dash jump. I can do whatever else. And then you get to this point where it says make it over this chasm. And actually, maybe you can see the ground. Yeah, I feel like you need to be able to see the ground. So you're like, oh, there aren't any real stakes here. I got to write that down too. And you try and you land and you fall through the ground. That's intentional. Although it's not like I needed to code that. So let's write that down. Make sure you can't jump so far they aren't visible. The player also needs to be able to see the ground beneath them so that they don't think the stakes are very high. From their point of view, they'll just land on the ground if they miss the jump. Yeah. Predefined camera points that move as the character moves. I think it could just be a platformer camera. Although we could change the camera for this. Yeah, I could write that down. We could just change the camera to something specific as soon as the X coordinate hits a certain point. Yeah. All right, what else do we have written here? Feel like this is going to be a real platformer. As such, they should be able to discover attacking, jumping, etc. themselves and feel like they're getting ahead of the tutorial. This would make the surprise of falling into a chasm even more of a shock. We have diamonds or coins that you get by walking into. Should there be a score or like a diamond counter or something? We should probably add a score or a diamond counter. I think a diamond counter is better. Probably add a diamond counter to make it seem like you have to collect these. Or make it seem like you should collect these, not have to. So Fanatic Bind, I'm pretty sure that was like one of the core inspirations for this game. But I don't remember for sure, and a lot of times I remember exactly what inspired a game idea. But yeah, in this case I don't, but I know I've seen that video. We have crates or treasure chests that you can break open into more diamonds, or some larger secret which has no purpose other than to make the player feel good for having learned the mechanics already. We teach you movement, we teach you jumping, we teach you about normal platformer things, we teach you about double jumping, air dashing. Make sure you can't jump. So yeah, so then this. All right, we present you with a long jump and encourage the player to cross the gap. However, it's impossible and they fall through the world into the architect's realm. It's still using platformer mechanics this time around. And you have to enter the door to start a cutscene. We could have text after the long jump indicating that you can attack enemies. Although you'll never get to this point until New Game Plus. Hey, Shoe Strikers. Well, a lot of these have like kind of common shortcuts, so there's not as much to learn. And for other ones, like in Google Docs, for example, one of the most used shortcuts that I have that's not super common for people is moving bullet points around or entire like lists around. This is so helpful. So if anyone's using Google Docs, it's two modifier keys and up and down. And whatever OS you're on changes the two modifier keys. For Mac, it's Control and Shift. But yeah, this is super nice. What's the Steam page or trailer going to look like? Are you going to show anything more than the tutorial? I think I have to, but man, I'm tempted for the marketing copy to just write, the less you know about this game, the better. Like, expect some silly humor. But yeah, I think it's going to be very hard to make a trailer for this. I think comedy movies have the same general problem. You want some jokes in the trailer, but you don't want to spoil the plot. You don't want like the best jokes to be in there necessarily. So I think the trailer needs to make people laugh and also intrigue them. Yeah. But I don't have a lot of plans for that just yet. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is looking good. So just to sum up, we're going to have a game like this, and you are going to go through a platforming world. The general time you should take to get to this point, so this is the end of it. General time you take to get to this point should be about a couple minutes, I think. And actually, one of the things that Monatic Bind said a long time ago was in Skeleseller, like, you should get auto battling faster. And every time now that I watch someone play the game, I'm like, oh, thank goodness for that suggestion. So I think pacing is really important for games. Really, every game needs to have good pacing. I mean, imagine if you played Super Mario Brothers and the levels were like 14 times longer than they are. You'd be like, I kind of want to be done with this level. Like, it's getting boring. So yeah, I think a couple of minutes is enough to convince you this is a real game. Maybe I should write this down at the top. The general gameplay length for this tutorial should be long enough that you're semi-convinced that the game is real and worth learning, but not so long that you get bored of the basic mechanics. I have no recollection of this. Yeah, I think it was a really important thing. Back then, I don't remember how long it took to get there, but now you can unlock auto battling in probably like 90 seconds in Skeleseller or something like that. But back then it was probably like 3 minutes or more. Are you planning a storyline? Yeah. This is a story-driven game. If you haven't checked it out already, please do take a look at the Today document there, because it explains quite a lot. And in general, a lot of people who ask like 1 or 2 questions ask like 5 of them from the from the document. So yeah, please do take a look. Okay, so this is all good. I'm happy with this. So that brings us to the next section. I should probably have this open in 2 different documents, I guess. Let's go back to... Oh, no, it's not easy to do that, is it? All right, fine. Well, next is Architect's Realm. Let's go take a look at that. This isn't exactly a game. It's worth detailing because it's a world the player goes to. We can just ignore if assets don't fit. Well, not even just we can ignore. So on your first entry, you're a platforming character, and the assets should fit reasonably well. On subsequent entries, we shouldn't try to make assets fit. It would add to the comedy. For example, if you enter this realm as a fighter jet, your sprite may be larger than the terrain, but you should still be able to traverse it and enter the door. Anyway. All right, setting is a dark cave or sewer system. The tone is bleak. The themes are loneliness and lack of passion. Somber piano music is playing. There should only be enough of the world to add intrigue for the player on their first time there. Subsequent times can even speed up the traversal a bit or skip ahead or just drop you outside of the room of the architect. Also, keep in mind that the lore dictates that you can't stay here for too long, but we can be hand-wavy about that. This is something that's always a little bit strange in some games. Like, imagine you have something that for lore reasons, I don't know, maybe there's like poisonous gas in the area, but the player doesn't exactly know that yet. Like, one way of doing this is you could tick down their HP until they die. So it's like, okay, well, you have to move on. Another way is just kind of make it obvious, like have the character choke and cough, but not die, just to indicate like they're uncomfortable here. You should probably move on. So it's either do we force you to, or is it hinted at? And in this case, it's not even going to be hinted at, I think. Like, if you just stand there on the screen, lore reason would say your character will just disappear. You'll cease to exist. Actually, that's a question I never answered. What does that mean, cease to exist? What would actually happen if a game character stayed in the real world for too long. I said that they would cease to exist. Well, what does that entail? You ever make a house building game? Probably. Call me architect. Totally have a shoot 'em up if you don't already. We had a plan for one, and I like the idea. The general idea was that the game is encouraging you to like, go up in space and shoot enemies, and there are asteroids and enemy ships, and they're attacking you. And then you encounter this boss that is impossible to beat, and it shoots this like wave attack that keeps pushing down, which forces you to the bottom of the screen. And then you find out that you can just go off the bottom of the screen, and that's how you get around this game. Wendy, thank you for the raid. It was nice being you to stream this morning. Whoops. I tried shouting out one of your emotes. Windy Beard Games. There we go. Yeah, howdy everybody. For those just joining in, I have been working on the design for a new game. It's called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, and there's a document describing this stuff there. In general, it is a story-driven comedy game, and we have almost nothing going on in the game yet. I was just mocking up some graphics here, so like I didn't draw this character. But this is probably what the game is going to look something like. I mean, obviously like much higher fidelity for everything. So here's the idea. You as a game character are stuck in a broken tutorial, as the name suggests. So you'll go through, you'll be collecting these like little diamonds and jumping on platforms and stuff. And then you eventually make it to this jump where the game tries to convince you that you can make this. And you'll have like double jump and air dash and whatever. So you try making the jump, you get as far as you can, and you literally just fall through the entire world. You eventually make it to the architect's realm, and that's where you find out that there was a creator of this world who does not want you to be in their realm and sends you to another game. And you'll continually go through these other games and broken tutorials to try to figure out like what is going on here. And yeah, I think it should be pretty interesting. Hey, Serena. Yeah, welcome in everyone. I am going to be planning this for today. We're going to probably start coding on Monday. That's the plan. Sounds very interesting. Yeah, I am very hyped up about this. I've got a lot of the story things figured out. A lot of the games can just be totally zany. One of the nice things about making a game like this is that we can use a ton of different asset packs. So like I'm not an artist, and Quickie Joe will be working on this, and we can make all the characters look kind of similar. Or not similar, but here's what I was getting at. Like we have this character here with a baseball cap on now, and that is not how the art was drawn originally. So we could use the cap as an identifier in other games, so that even when you're in this game, you're like, oh, there's my cap. That must be me. We don't have that yet. Hey, Goose. It's going to irk you for a long time. Well, this is one of the things, like I said, it's a comedy game. When you beat the whole game, there's going to be a new game plus that unlocks, and new game plus is going to be this same thing, but we're going to have funny ways for you to actually be able to bridge this gap. So as an example, maybe you try to jump and the world comes up to meet you and you just make the jump across and it says like, you beat the game. Do you want to do new game plus plus now? And you go to new game plus plus and your character just like launches off the platform and makes it over to the other side. And it's like, do you want to do new game plus plus plus? And we'll just throw in like 10 or 15 of those jokes until it finally ends. But I think it'll be a funny way of kind of bringing it all back together. Animating pixel art takes so long. Yeah, and thankfully we don't have to do very much of it because like I said, we're going to be using asset packs. So like everything you see here, we can just buy this for whatever, $6.50. And now this can be, game number 2. And you can come out and you can harvest crops and you can get rid of trees and whatever other things we have here. So this is what I think is so nice about this. And then the artwork we have to do is, like I said, just changing the character so that it looks like your character. So the identifying things we have here is, blue and gold, red, a cap. We can just put that on one of these characters. How did I make it dark? I'm using Dark Reader. Oh, that's not it. Sorry. Oh my God. Apologies for that. Yeah, welcome in, Quisket. Gotta have a spaceship or a fighter jet with a baseball cap. That's comedy gold. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. There are 2 different ways we could do it. We could either give the hat to a plane or we could change the colors of the plane. But yeah, I think having a hat would be pretty funny. It's Gogol. And actually, I want to write that down, the idea of the ground coming out to meet you. New game plus plus. Yeah. The ground rises to meet you from It has collision, so you land on it just fine. Are you going with many mini games or the same game throughout? Could I ask you something, Original Pepper? Have you read that document? Because I think you should read that document. Off to meetings. Can't wait for the weekend. Have a good day. Thank you, Kevin. I hope you have good meetings. Yeah, I like cannot stress enough. I really, really want people to read that document because it's not very long. And as mentioned, like people who ask one question generally have many questions from it. And yeah, I end up answering the same thing like 40 times throughout the day. So I'd really prefer if you read that document. Take care, Wendy. Thank you for dropping by. Thanks for the raid. Hope you have a good weekend. Okay, so next up was the Architect's World. Where did we put that? Here. All right, should only be enough of a world to add intrigue for the player on their first time. Subsequent times you speed this up. We have the interior, the exterior, and then we get to the cutscene. So we need to make the cutscene. Dialogues with selectable options. Wait, no, not for the, what am I talking about? This isn't the case. We need this for the generic farming game. For this, we need to implement a simple cutscene where the architect, what did I say for that? You get to jump that looks doable. Cartoonish jump. You fall down a pit, fall in a body of water. Somber piano music. Still a walk and jump. You encounter a door. You blast it open. Blast it open. Interesting. I didn't have a door there originally. There's a shadowy figure sleeping in bed that bolts awake. Speaks. What are you doing here? Get out. So from this is where we need the cohesion here. What are you doing here? Get out. And then it teleports you away. That's fine. That can work. But from the architect's point of view, I guess she just created the game you're in and you're already out. But time passes faster in the architect's world. So anyone who would have been in a broken game would have left very quickly, right? And also from their point of view, you're there to mock them. Heyo. So yeah, what would they say exactly? Because this could still fit. You aren't supposed to be there, but they recognize that this has happened a bunch of times. Well, maybe not a bunch of times in the past. I guess it's been pretty rare. But the what are you doing here part, I think maybe we change this to something like, you can't be here. Get out. This could potentially work because it's true. You can't stay for too long or you die. But it also comes from a place of concern, like slightly comes from a place of concern. You can't be here. As opposed to maybe like you shouldn't be here. This is maybe better. Like they don't want you here. Not again. Get out. Yeah, that could work. Also, man, my hands are dry. I gotta apply lotion on my break. The only thing that I'm not sure about this. So from the IRL player's perspective, they'll think that their character had been there before, not that the architect had seen other characters before. Detective Carter from Rush Hour. Hang on, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Just making sure I'm thinking of the same movie. I don't think I've seen all of Rush Hour, but I at least know enough about it. Get Out. So the Get Out should definitely be there. But yeah, what do they say before the Get Out? To convey that, like, this context, they rarely see other agents make it out. When those agents do make it out, the agents like mock the architect. I think this is the important part, right? Maybe I don't want you here. Yeah. Yeah, that could potentially work. Hey, Malarius. A new game indeed. On the document, it says that the prototype is only going to take 2 to 4 weeks. I feel like it might take more like 1 to 2 months. Yeah, if I said that, I should probably delete that. Wait, which document? The FAQ probably. Yeah. So, and prototyping isn't even the thing. Yeah. So like design the game, develop using the checkpoint system from Skeleseller. See. Yeah, I should definitely fix this. This video. And then at any given point, if the game is being received well, we'll keep working on it. And this may last for like 2 years. Maybe more, maybe less. Maybe to-do listing in Google Docs. Yeah, I think so. I ended up kind of settling on why I think it's helpful to do that. And it's just that, let's say I ever write a document, I'm like, oh man, all this stuff I need to share with someone. I can just copy it, make a new document, click the share button, and type in someone's email. With Obsidian, what I'd have to do, well, if it's more than just one tiny bit of text I could share on Discord. With Obsidian, what I have to do is like publish this repeatedly and specifically for certain people. And it would just be too annoying to do. Have you thought about how long development's going to take? About as long as Skeleseller? I think it's probably be in that range of time, because I think with Skeleseller, a lot of what was tough about it was the like settling on the design. And with this game, I think what's going to be tougher is going to be the scope. Like each game could be a full game. And a lot of these, in order for them to be fun or kind of convincing, they've got to be fleshed out enough. There could be some like micro games in here. Yeah. iPad Dev. Think the Skeleseller OST tracks would be better as hidden or unlisted videos to collect in the playlist. Uploading lots of them publicly back to back and spam subscribers might turn people off or even lead to unsubscribes. Yeah, so they are in a playlist already. Also, welcome to the stream. They are in a playlist already, but as you mentioned, they're public. But that's it. Now it's done. So I can't like unspam their subscription feeds, and I don't plan on adding more. I also wanted it to be able to show up when people search for the OST. And I think it needs to be public for them to be able to make money. I don't think you can have monetization on unlisted videos. You monetize unlisted videos on YouTube. I don't think a ton of people are gonna like. Wait, you can do this? I don't understand sites like this. I gotta switch from using Bing as my default search engine. I'm gonna probably do that this weekend. I'm sick of it. Can unlisted videos be monetized? Oh, yes. Interesting. I thought this was no longer possible. But yeah. Is this the issue? Property group is mentioned in the snippet. It might be this. Oh my god, it might be this indeed. Yes, thank you. I'm giving you a point for this. I really appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's go plug this into here in the implementation notes. Look at this Godot issue. Whew, actually, not even that one. Let's look at this one. Where is it? This. I could have sworn I'd written about this somewhere. More specifically, this comment. Let me see. Maybe I can find this. If we search my notes for this, it does show up. Optimizing for performance. It's not my C# note. Oh God. All right. Yeah. Athena. I don't know if I already said that. Okay. So where do we leave off? Oh yeah, with the what are they saying? So yeah, I don't want you here. Get out. I think that's pretty good. Alternatively, my second favorite was you shouldn't be here. Get out. I like both of these. So maybe we A/B test it. We change just one line and then ask people, "Did you have fun?" And the people who had more fun, we used that line. All right, anyway, it blasts you with a spell from the shadows and you disappear. The camera lingers on this world for a bit longer. How did they? The architect says. But actually, the how did they part isn't needed anymore. I wrote some like musical notes about what I wanted to do in terms of mood. I do like the idea of the camera lingering, the architect saying something. Maybe this is where they say, I don't want them here. I don't want them here. I don't like that. I think it's always show, don't tell. And saying explicitly, yeah, actually, that's probably why this one's maybe a little bit better. No. Okay. Cool. Great. So where's that leave us? I think that's pretty much it. So we have this stuff here. Screen fades out and it fades back in. You're in the middle of a farming game. Okay, yeah. So now we go back to this generic farming game. Point of this game is for story exposition, not for mechanics. This is where a tutorial man will tell you that your grandfather left you a farm and try to teach you how to play the game. However, the in real life player is going to be confused about why they're in a different game and very likely won't want to play this game. There have to be NPCs that can fill you in a bit about what's going on, and this is where you'll meet Sidekick. We need multiple seasons, and they have to be growing seasons like spring, summer, fall. We have probably this asset pack. I'll probably buy that this weekend. Lots of the dialogue would be here. What ensures that you completed the tutorial before you go to sleep? Yeah, just stop you from trying to enter your house. Yeah, I think so. Well, no, the architect would know who you are. They made you. So there's no confusion about your identity. There's just a confusion about your personality. Maybe, in fact, maybe we got to write that somewhere in the rules of the world. The architect does not design personalities. Rationale lends some credence to the whole free agent themes. Or else the architect would be more of a god than a game developer. And also, if they knew your personality and still put you in a bad game, then it would imply that they're evil. Can they make like a shoe movement or have like a thundercloud above their head to show they aren't happy seeing you? I think that text is probably enough. I don't want you here, get out, or you shouldn't be here, get out. Like they are shouting at you. I think if we weren't going with text, then we would need some way to convey that they don't want you there. More so than just like them casting a spell. But yeah, I think there should be some text here. It should be clear that this person speaks your language. Did it just run an ad? Okay, I think it might be starting an ad. Yeah, let me take a quick break then. Okay, is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. I have applied lotion to my hands, so they're not going to be super cracked. Close the game. Computer, I command thee. What's going on? I'm going to try one more time. Close the game. Hey, there we go. What was it hearing the first few times? Huh. It did get it correct. It was probably just lagged. Rated. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Let me take a look. Ah, Basharis, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, welcome everyone. I'm very sorry about that. So I take breaks every hour or so because I really should get up for my computer and we run that game. And I do not tend to scroll through chat afterward because there's a whole bunch of lag or a whole bunch of spam. Anyway, hope your stream was good, Basharos. And yeah, I really appreciate it. We are working on a new game over here as of Monday. So today is day 5. And there are, yeah, just bad timing. Yeah. Well, I'm letting everyone else know just in case, because maybe the viewers you have aren't familiar with that. I've got a today command that says what we're working on, but in short, it's a new game. It's a little bit hard to give an elevator pitch, and I I will just kind of say that we're designing it today. We'll start coding on Monday. Yeah. Okay, so where do we leave off here? So you get back to the farming game. And what do we have written for this? Multiple seasons. We have this world. Lots of dialogue would be here. What ensures you've completed the tutorial before you go to sleep? So what are the general plot points for this? A tutorial man comes over and starts telling you about how your grandfather left you this farm, and you're trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah. Anyway, they teach you about how some of the game works, and then you can experiment. I guess they could say that you, why would they even tell you to farm crops? Maybe we put in like an Animal Crossing reference to, hey, your grandfather left you this farm, but the land is mine and you owe me money for it. So you better get to making some crops. I'd rather they just be friendly though. Tom Nook is evil incarnate, so yeah, that's like the opposite of this tutorial man. Stardew Valley. I mean, yeah, this is kind of a reference to that, but this is a game you're going to be in for maybe like 10 minutes before getting whisked off to another world. So what else do we need to know for this? Could have an energy meter. I mean, we probably should have an energy meter and probably a health meter too, even though it probably doesn't do anything. Should probably have a health meter, even though it would never matter for this game. Flesh out all the normal farming mechanics. It'd be super cool if you could equip something onto the bow. It shoots them. Shovel would work on any unimportant tile. So how many sprites there are. Maybe there's a wardrobe where you can change them all to other sprites. This is for like visual polish more than anything else. But maybe whatever you customized could come into play later in the game. Okay, I mean, I guess this is kind of planned. Hey, Pressel. Can't wait to see inconsistencies in lore being sloppily patched up. Well, I think we've already designed enough of the lore that like it shouldn't be hard to prevent those inconsistencies from making it in. That's pretty much why there's this rules of the world section of like, here's what can and can't happen. And that's why we're looking over this now, is to figure out like, is there anything that's potentially wrong? And I don't see anything yet. Like all this sounds like it's fine. It all plays into the themes of the game. Okay. So in general, the way this is going to flow is you get in the farming game. There's a tutorial guy. He tells you some stuff. You can experience the game itself. All you really have to do is plant 3 crops and probably water them. Yeah, do you have to water them? I don't know if you'll have to. Maybe not. Maybe it's just planting them. Yeah, maybe it's just planting them. We shouldn't even require you to water them. I don't think a player would go back into their house as like a first thing that they do in the game. A player may accidentally try going back into their house. And I don't want to. Well, I guess it'd be fine. Yeah, it's a tutorial, right? Okay. So in this case, what's broken about this? Just the shovel thing. Maybe that's another question we should ask, is like, what's broken about this tutorial? The shovel thing is like obviously broken. Some small mechanics, like firing a fishing rod from a bow, would be broken. But in general, the game would pretty much seem fine. Maybe, okay, you know what else? I guess we could have like There could be some farm animals, or maybe not even farm animals. Maybe like the ducks, for example. Maybe you can talk to the ducks in the water and they say another animal's sound. Like little hints that the game is broken, but not as outright broken as the first game. Yeah, if they said quack, that wouldn't indicate that anything's broken, right? So that's why I was saying they'd like meow or woof at you or something. And then what else could we potentially do? Again, like little things that are broken. I think that's pretty good. Because the other thing we need to ask for pretty much any of these things is like, for the player who's racing through the game, what would their experience be? Like, they would just plant the crops and then go right back to their house. They would have spent like 15 seconds playing the game. So ducks should say moo like a cow or something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Any other animal sound. Yeah. Curious about your take on 2.5D games. Do you find them significantly harder to build and maintain? And do you actually like the style, or are you not a fan? I haven't really made a 2.5D game. I imagine they're a little bit harder to build because you have to manage the extra half dimension pretty much. Like either you're making a 3D world or you're kind of simulating it or emulating it, I guess. Do I like the style? I think when it's done well, I think it's pretty good. I liked what is it? Kirby. I always forget what the name of this game is. Crystal Shards. I guess this wasn't too unique for N64. Like Yoshi's Story did kind of the same thing. But yeah, I think it adds a little bit to the world. I think it's nice. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling good. I think this whole week has been pretty good. I've been very excited about the game. Any idea for some non-pixel art parts of the game? I could potentially do something 3D, and I could potentially use a totally different art style. There'll also probably be some games that aren't even like games. Maybe there's just a title screen, and the title screen is the game. So yeah, we could kind of slot in anything. I think this is why doing the first checkpoint quickly is important, just to figure out like, is this fun? How do people experience this? And actually, that's one of the biggest questions I'm going to have. I should write that down too. Questions after checkpoints. So pacing, yeah. How much do people interact with the worlds when it's not required? So the best question for the farming game is, what's the average playtime for the farming section before the dream sequence? In fact, maybe we should have some metrics on that in the game. Yeah. Yeah, we could just keep a single, like a very simple file. We could have some like times.json or something like that and just keep track of, okay, for the platformer, you took, 127 seconds to get through it. And then for the farming game, you spent, wow, quite a lot of time on that one or something. And then the dream sequence, we have a number for that too. And then it just auto reports these back to a server. I think that would probably be smart to do. Yeah, I think that'd be really smart to do. I think we should do that. And even for checkpoint one, I think we should potentially do that. Metrics, we should almost certainly track how long people spend in each portion of the game. I have the metrics server code in Skeleseller via, there was some like dead code thing here. What was it? I'll just search for code. Deleted code there. And we have the metrics server. Yes, nice. Okay, so let's just put this over here. Metrics. No. Dead. Deleted code. Delete code. Here we go. Get a link to this. Get the canonical link. Paste it over here. Could resurrect the metrics server. Really cool. The real world is in a very different style. It'll be very dark and it'll always have only piano music playing. But in terms of visual style, other than the darkness, I don't think it's going to look drastically different. Although it is kind of interesting that I guess it would make sense if the real world were in 3D. I think we can say that as an idea for later. Yeah. Could make the real world and the architect be in 3D. But you are always, or you are almost always a 2D character entering their world. Hey, Brandon. Paper Mario was like actually 3D though. I think even the first Paper Mario. Because you could jump on stuff, you could move into the background or like toward the camera. And 64. Yeah, like you could go into the background there, you could jump. So yeah, you got all 3 dimensions to still work in. But yeah, I think maybe the battles were 2.5D. Also, when we get to implementing this stuff, did I write something about a GitHub repo here? No, I didn't. All right. I know that I need to make a GitHub repo, but I need to add it to my homepage, grant permissions to the team, make sure there's a README on how to set everything up. Monday's going to be kind of interesting because there's going to be quite a lot of setup. Yeah. I'll write this down. Monday. Tenants. Journal. And make sure to use Rider for development. Maybe have VS Code open for Skeleseller. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we're making some progress here. All right, so let's go back to this. So this is something, man, I'll need to just keep opening this. It is kind of annoying to navigate through like several different tabs here. I wonder if I should be using, I don't know, something else, like bookmarks or something. All right, so questions after the checkpoints. Pacing. How much do people interact with the world when it's not required? Next question for the farming game is, what's the average playtime for the farming section before the dream sequence? I'm a bit worried that someone will just blaze through the objective, like plant 3 crops, go to sleep, and then not explore more. This is one of those things, like, this game is partially about the journey for the player. But there are some players who are just so gung-ho about gotta go fast, that they might just do the bare minimum objectives and then get through the whole game and be like, wow, that game sucked. Oh, man. Could add the diamonds, like, into the farming game, too. Like, there are diamonds in every world. Because I think each world should have its own sort of Easter eggs. That's the idea, yes, yeah. I think each world could have its own Easter eggs, and that they're not always diamonds. And I like the idea that they're not the same thing every time. But yeah, maybe that's another question we ask. Game difficulty, theme, achievements, marketing, miscellaneous. Would we benefit by adding a like special currency to each game for any secrets? If you clear out your farm, you get a like a cow trophy. In the platformer, you can find diamonds. If you clear your farm, you get a cow trophy. Maybe there's an achievement to have gotten at least X of Y of these things so that you don't need them all. I think it could be interesting. At least that way you feel like it was intended. There are a lot of places in Super Mario Odyssey where players feel like they've broken the game, but then the developers put coins there to be like, aha, we know you were going to get up here. Like, we accounted for this. We knew it was possible. So if you do something in the game where, I don't know, like you break every tree, or maybe this beehive is something interesting, like we give you some token for that to just be like, hey, this was intended. It might seem like it's broken, but it isn't. Then yeah, I think that could potentially be interesting. Okay, what next? So this has been moved here. Yeah, and I think another question we ask after every checkpoint theme. For each checkpoint, we should ask this about each game, each sub-game. Is it a tutorial, and how is it broken? These are all tutorials. I think they're fine. Then you get into the actual game. So the next time you come back to this world. Anyway, other considerations. I love all of these. I don't think we need to talk about this anymore. So great. Let's move on to the next one. So now you go to sleep. Here's where we ended up. So you go into the farming game. There's a tutorial. You plant some crops. You explore for a bit. You can't go into town just yet. Although, wait, why do we say you can't go into town? If you try walking into town, it'll say you need to harvest at least 3 crops. You need to harvest at least 3 crops. Okay, and you can't harvest the crops. So yeah, you can't go into town, and you eventually go to sleep. Now you dream of the original platformer mixed with farming mechanics. And this has thematic reasons for being that way. So let's go back to this. Cool. So this is another story-driven game. It's a mashup of the platform and the farming simulator. Diamonds are replaced by crops. The level has various farming elements mixed in. The tutorial man is an enemy in this game, maybe just hovering or flying around. And you can damage him with your attacks. The chasm has a hastily erected bridge over it. You have to destroy it with your pickaxe to fall into the architect's realm again. Now this time, you fall into their realm. And where is it? Yeah. Get to the pit that you died the first time around, but this time there's a bridge. Use your pickaxe to break the bridge. You fall down and down into the body of water. Piano music plays. It's sparse and eerie. We already answered this. You approach the door with caution. The light is on this time and no one is there. There are a lot of screens and computers, reams of paper on the floor. The light flicks off. You hear footsteps. The screens dimly illuminate the room. You say, wait, I just want to know what's going on. And then they say you're not supposed to be here. So whatever they said the first time, they shouldn't say the same thing here. They said you shouldn't be here. Then you're not supposed to be here. Okay, cool. So you wake up back in the farming game. You leave your house. The farm is covered in whatever starter crop you had because time passes slower in the real world. There are also lots of trees and random debris. It could be one season later if we have seasonal tile sets. Tutorial man greets you. I haven't seen you in ages. I see you must really like starter crop. So now there's some dialogue and everything. I mean, you eventually go into town. Now here's where this might be a little bit tricky. I think the character needs to tell you to go into town. Yeah, here it is. I just wanted to check in on you. None of the townsfolk have seen you. You should really come out and get to know them. Maybe bring some of those starter crops. Yeah, cool. Okay. So we steer you toward this no matter what. And if you don't realize that you're steered toward it, then we can have the tutorial eventually tell you, I guess. So you can harvest crops. You need 3 to go into the town. You go into town. Most NPCs don't have much to say. One of them is a character you'll be seeing throughout the game. And after you talk to 1 or 2 NPCs, he comes out of a locked house. He runs up to you. Yeah, so now you have the dialogue options here. So let's look over this dialogue because I think this ends checkpoint 1, right? Yeah, this ends checkpoint 1. So let's see if this stuff makes sense with everything that we planned. So you harvest crops, you go into town. This guy comes up to you and says, I saw you talk to those NPCs. You're different. And then regardless of your choice, just the fact that you chose a choice. This character says that Eureka, that proves it. You have agency. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. I had no idea you were the new villager to move in a few weeks ago. But please, I want to exercise my agency too. Ask me something. So I love this idea that you now ask the other character things and they get to pick from the dialogue box. Design dog is hefty. Yeah. So now you ask them some questions like, whoa, it's been weeks. Like, who are you? How are you trapped? And yeah, how do we leave? So regardless of what you pick, you'll see him get two options just like you do, and he'll pick one. You said weeks. Answer honestly. Yes, weeks. I don't know why you didn't come to town sooner. We could have had so many conversations by now. Who are you? Oh, forgive my manners. I'm sidekick. How are you trapped? Answer cryptically. It's a long story, but we have plenty of time. Forever, actually, or at least I think so. Man, this is pretty good. How do we leave? I don't know, or I wouldn't still be here. This is the fourth world I've seen. Actually, I think it's a third one. I don't fully recall, but we'll have to fix that at some point. The first three weren't so bad, but here it's just a peaceful town filled with the most boring people you'll ever meet. I hate it. This is pretty decent. I like this stuff. Yeah. All right. So wow, what a breath! What a breath of fresh air to have a real conversation. Maybe we can help each other. You must have 3 crops on you, right? Of course. Well, you're supposed to put them in the trash cans around town for some reason. I'll show you where they are. He brings you the trash cans where you deposit the crops. A jingle plays and you get a secret note. The ability to move without having dialogue interrupt you. Hey, Gilepe, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. And hey, Rizamau. How'd the stream go? How's everybody doing? We have started a new game here. Make sure that choices matter, the description of the game, and then ensure your choices don't actually matter. Yeah, your choices won't actually matter here. We started developing this new game. Well, designing so far. We started designing a new game called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. The very, very quick pitch is that it's a comedy, like a story-driven game, and it's single player. And the idea is that you are trapped in these broken game worlds, and there is an architect who created them, and you have to make it between these worlds and figure out like who is the architect, what do they want with you, why is this happening. So yeah, the first game that you're in might be this platformer, for example, and the way that it's broken, and apologies, but this is just very hastily mocked up here. So let me click that. Okay, so yeah, imagine that you're in this world and it's a platformer, you move and you jump, and you try making this jump, but you can't. And instead of just landing on the ground, you actually fall through the world, and you keep falling and falling and falling, and then you get to the architect's realm, and that's the first time you meet the architect, and they just say like, you should not be here, and just teleport you away. And now you're in a new game, and the new game looks like this, and you're like, what? What happened to me? Why am I a different character now? Like, so that's kind of how the game is gonna go. Am I the architect? No. No. Will this speech be made more natural? What do you mean? Like, how is it not natural for you? And also, I mean, this game sounds like it might not be up your alley. I don't, these messages seem like slightly negative. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, maybe it'll make more sense in the game. But yeah, I can't say for sure. This is like, we're what, 5 days into designing this? Self-inserting would be really cool. I think that it'll probably happen in some way. Maybe I'm an NPC in another world, but like it should happen. I mean, I have the sprite, so we might as well use it. I should just show up in every game. Where is that? Jokes. Need to make sure pixel art Adam shows up in the game somewhere. Maybe I talk about how I used to be an architect before. I wanted to kind of reference the Skyrim meme, but not exactly. Like, not taking arrow to the knee before taking a negative review to the head or something like that. I don't know. That needs to be pretty funny. Okay, so where do we leave off here? Okay, so what I was picturing next is that they teach you what they've learned about how this game is broken, and it's kind of just comical stuff. I was picturing that they bring you into sort of a library. So imagine something like this, and I can't draw, so bear with me for a second. But imagine that there's this, library. It looks kind of like a house for some reason, and you get inside, but instead of this just kind of ending, it just kind of keeps going and going and going. And eventually you walk this way for a while and it just becomes untextured terrain. It's like a clear placeholder, maybe a checkerboard like you see in the background here. And it's just you and this character standing there in this like void realm. And the other character tells you like, this is as far as I've gotten. I haven't figured out how to get past here. And there's something that separates you. I forgot what I... Oh, I think it's sleeping again? Yeah, I got to figure that out. We got to design more of the story, I think. Whenever I show off a game, everyone plays at least through the tutorial, so I made a game entirely of tutorials. Playtime 100%. Yeah. All right, have you tried dreaming? I fell asleep. Yeah, so this next bit would be that you go back to sleep. And that's where I stopped planning the story. So I think we should probably plan a little bit more of this. And I planned the story beats over here, so it shouldn't be that bad to kind of align these things, right? So you cycle through playing 2 to 3 games, breaking out, finding the archetype, getting teleported to new games. Each time they're surprised at how quickly you're doing this. Doesn't know they're teleporting you into new games. The reason why they're telling you porting you on in the first place is because they think you're sending you back to your world. Counter sidekick. They need help leaving this one and feel themselves dwindling in some way. I mean, they mentioned the boredom bit. Reminds you of those games that break the fourth wall. Yeah, I really, really like the idea of this game. I'm looking forward to making it. Excuse me. Sorry, I could not mute fast enough. I'm looking forward to making it. And I'm looking forward to seeing how do people interact with it. Because if in checkpoint 1, people play it and they're like, okay, this is interesting. I definitely want to see more. Then awesome. So eventually the architect hears you out for long enough to know that you enjoy the games. So yeah, I think we need to plan a little bit more of the story. Fleshing out the story. So start of the game seems pretty solid to me. But after you make it back to the farming game, you need to... Wait a second. What happens that separates you? Would you leave with them? Maybe you dream and that makes you leave? I never answered that question, huh? I mean, I never developed more of the story. So I never really had to, I guess. Hey, Pies. Yep. Yes, I do. I have it in my calendar as, I think, 5:30 my time to, like, call you or something. I'm not totally sure. So if that's not the time, do let me know. Starting out, they're very basic and you missing words, but steadily progresses. I don't want their speech style to change. Like, the brokenness of the game should come out from the architect not being able to make tutorials, basically. But it doesn't mean that they can't talk. Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the big questions. After you make it back to the farming game, you need some way out, and presumably Sidekick does too. But yeah, I think you need to separate somehow. I don't know. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I feel like some parts of the dialogue are like you're different. Yeah, remember this is like I said, 5 days into designing the game. I I don't know if you're expecting it to sound like everything is like cohesive and totally figured out yet. We will be developing this. And if anything still feels stilted at the end, it's like you can improve dialogue. I don't think that's going to be super important. Like I said, your messages sound a little bit negative. I'm not sure if I'm interpreting wrong or if you I don't like the idea of the game or something, but yeah, probably bear with it. Yeah, 530 is right. Okay, good. So you need to separate somehow, but into different worlds. If you leave Sidekick here, then they would become an NPC in this game. I gotta think about that. So my original question. Sorry if it came as being negative, just my 2 cents. Yeah, no, I appreciate input. I think the problem is the two messages together that you had, whatever the other one was. Um, oh yeah, this. Like, I can't wait to see inconsistencies in lore being sloppily patched up. Like, this is a negative way to phrase whatever you're saying. There's, yeah, I don't think that's a nice thought. All right, so they hear you out long enough. So this is just you showing up? It's got to be. So what are the options that we have here? Separate to different worlds. Actually, this is probably the best one now that I think about it. So like you eventually open a portal. You eventually open two portals. And you each take different ones. Why would you do this though? Maybe the game separates you. Like you're at different ends of a room with a two-player puzzle and it slides you into those portals. Sokoban style. Yeah. Hey, Flux. There will be probably some Botland reference. Pige will love that part of the game. Yeah. Okay, I think this is best. But anyway, go to the same destination. So you would eventually need to split. So it may as well be here. Or leave Sidekick behind. They would become an NPC. Yeah, so I like the idea of separating here. Yeah, I think the rationale for this is you need to separate in order for you to advance the story with the architect. You can't leave Sidekick behind, or else they would become an NPC and you'd presumably never find this world again. Although that's kind of the only... They shouldn't be named Sidekick, by the way. That's another thing I should probably change. I'm not certain if you overplan or I vastly underplan projects. I don't know either. But I think this is helpful for me. And I think that when it comes to coding, I don't want to keep context switching. So have you ever been like, okay, I got to go make a dialogue system? Well, if you haven't planned out what your dialogue system is going to need, you might just make something where it's like, all right, we'll have some text, we'll have some options, and you can pick those options. But after planning this already, we know that we've got to have a bunch of things. We need automated dialogue. We need options that can appear or disappear or be disabled. We need some other things with this. I forgot what. Anyway, we need like more out of this system. If I hadn't planned even this, I would just make a basic system and then be like, well, what do we need to account for in the future? I don't know. What about the reason that you end up in another world as the architect copy pasting your character like a bad designer would? Yeah, I guess I haven't thought of the lore reason behind why you're changing between worlds. I also haven't really thought of if it's important. So this is some lore stuff that I haven't answered. What actually, what do the portals between game worlds represent? Like what causes them? And then wasn't there some other thing? Oh yeah. What should we name Sidekick? I still kind of like the idea of outright naming them Sidekick because they only really serve to advance the story. They need to be named and identifiable so that you can tell that they're becoming an NPC. Maybe that's what leads to this anyway. I mean, I kind of talked about a puzzle where both of you need to do this thing. It would be cool to have a sequence where you're both solving a puzzle together. It could even be take care, GLFA, and thanks for the raid. I hope you have a good rest of your day, good weekend. Yeah. Yeah, it could be an outright puzzle, and it could be something that is meant more to show off that they have their own free will. I think it could be kind of cool. ADD keeps me constantly cycling through systems. Also end up with tons of tiny reusable things because of that as well. I'm jelly of your planning. Well, you can start using this planning style whenever you want. I do think it helps. I think there's a trade-off between planning and doing. If you overplan, then you could end up throwing away all the plans. And if you underplan, you could end up throwing away a lot of what you did. So it's like doing too much of either will probably result in waste. So imagine you're about to set out on like a 2-year game dev journey. You probably wouldn't put in like 0 minutes planning, right? You'd probably figure out like, what's my idea? Even if it all happened in your head, it's like just thinking, okay, I'm going to make a space shooter. What makes it unique? Like you're planning, even if you're not writing it down. And so that by the time you have your elevator pitch, that is the culmination of some number of hours of planning. And yeah, it just wasn't like consciously spent time. So 0 minutes of planning is probably a bad recipe. Like there are probably very few games that take years to develop where the person just said like, I'm not going to plan a single thing. And there are also probably very few games where you spent 2 years of dev and like 1 year of planning, like explicit planning. That's too disparate of a ratio, I think. So yeah. Anyway, I'm spending like a week so that we can go develop for a month and a half or something. We'll need to come back to development throughout. Sid E kick. It's pretty funny. This would only work in English though. Well, let me just copy paste your message so that it's not like I came up with it. Just build a dialogue system that ends all dialogue systems. Simply be a transformer from T to S unless everyone can use a dialogue system. I think this is another kind of trap you could fall into, though, is making an infinitely extensible system when you don't need that extensibility. And this is, I think, where we get keep it simple, stupid from, which is build what you actually need now. Like, don't, well, and sorry, what I mean by now is build what you know you need. So, like, I haven't made the cutscene yet that uses dialogues, but we know we're going to need it pretty much now. So it's like, yeah, let's go do that. But hey, there might be something in the future where we have like a multiplayer game and everyone needs dialogues on the screen at the same time. Like we shouldn't account for that. There's no plan to make this a multiplayer game. Or the rationale behind naming sidekick is just sidekicks is to encourage players to name them however they want. I don't think you'll be able to type in a name for this person. Also, I will admit I'm a little bit bothered you did not acknowledge my message about your negativity in the first message. There's a certain thing in my mind, and the reason I want to talk about this is like there's a like chat reputation, and eventually I get to the point where I just kind of ignore some chatters, knowing that they're either going to be like providing negativity or trolling or something, and then rarely that leads to like some kind of action. I don't want to take action. I mean, you've been here for a while. I'm kind of curious to get your insight into what the whole like, sloppily designed, whatever you wrote was. My cycles are typically weeks. Make a lot of small games for interactive stream stuff. It's probably working for you though, right? Like, I think if you are spending weeks, I think your planning is kind of commensurate with the total dev time you have. So let's say I sat down and I was going to do a game jam. Like my planning might be 10 minutes or something. Depends how long the jam is. But yeah, I probably wouldn't spend half the jam planning, even if I normally take a day to do something. Yeah. Hey, Uber. Is the overall story progression going to be the same for all players? Or are there any forks in the progression based on player choices? No, I think it'll be the same for all players. Yeah. And take care of Leap Your Girl. Have a good weekend. And there are a couple reasons for this, and maybe I should write this down and kind of formalize it. But my main reasons are any forks are things you need to accommodate. So even in Skeleseller, there are people who they just kind of like ignore the garbage slime. And then you know what they do? They say the game is slow. So it's like, well, look, we gave you tools, you just kind of ignored those tools. And one solution could be get them back on track. Another solution could be like just force them to get this thing and force them to upgrade it. So anytime you give a player choice, a real choice, not just like pick a fire spell versus pick a frost spell or something like that. Yeah, you need to plan for them picking a bad choice. And enough bad choices means a player doesn't have fun, and not that, oh well, they'll learn how to overcome it or something. They'll just have a bad time. Thanks for the sub, Flux. Yeah. Proportional for sure, yeah. Hey, Captain Math. So I think it would expand development time for no major reason. And I think this is already a game with quite a lot of scope. So the places where you'll have some choices are in exploring the game worlds and not necessarily in the story impact. And by the way, this plays out in a lot of different ways in a lot of different games. So any open world game is rife with these kinds of decisions. Of, yeah, what happens if in Breath of the Wild you go northwest first? Well, the game lets you do that, and you can still have fun and you can still play it, but it's probably going to be a little bit harder than it would be if you went east first. And if the game is making it clear to you that, like, hey, just so you know, east is what we expect you to do, then players can at least be like, okay, I get this isn't expected. I'll go do the unexpected thing. I'll have fun doing that anyway. But if they just give you every direction and there's no nudge whatsoever, and you choose north and that happened to be the difficult route, then players who didn't want difficulty are going to be like, well, this game sucks. Okay, that's fair, Lewisoft. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not at like take action point yet. It's just I want to make sure I'm not branding you internally in my head as a bad actor. Do you have an FAQ on why Godot and C sharp? Yeah, I have the why C sharp, I think. Yeah, there we go. I have a slightly updated version of that, but in general, it's just C sharp works for me. I like it. Hey, Thoros. Don't let stupid comments get under your skin. I think this is something that, unless you've streamed like a productive endeavor for a while, that it's something that's maybe hard to relate to. But the way I kind of look at this is like my primary goal is to make a game. So streaming is somewhat of that primary goal, and then some amount of like entertainment, socializing, interaction. But if anything undermines this goal, then it's a problem. And let's say someone's in chat just like spamming message after message after message. I could just ignore it, right? But like probably it's going to bother me, and then probably I'm going to think about it more. So yeah, this is why I end up talking to people about this stuff. Plus I am trying to cultivate a certain community here. And if someone is like, well, just ignore my sucky comments, then it's like, probably just shouldn't be in the community. It's just a side effect of me trying to be productive. Okay, so wait, there was something else I had here. Yeah, so separate you by having you solve a puzzle together. I do think we should go this route. I kind of like the Sokoban idea somehow. But it could be any other like stand on switches kind of puzzle. Stand on switches, do something within a certain amount of time. And I guess you'd figure this out pretty quickly. In fact, maybe when you go into that library sequence, there's something in that room. Oh, you know, it'd be kind of interesting. Okay, I have an idea here. What if you get to the endless library and you ask what would happen if you go in separate directions? Yeah, like he goes up and you go like north and south. then you each see a portal. You may say, okay, let's both enter this one, but when you get close, they collapse. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Being live on stream makes things very different. Yeah, yeah. I think, you know, in entertainment in general, there's this concept of the show must go on. And I think there are certainly things that get in the way of that for me. So for example, if I'm incredibly fatigued, like I just stop the stream. It's not like this is some, you know, multi-million-dollar production. But yeah, sometimes it's like I'm in a bad mood, and yeah, then it's a little bit harder to just kind of stay on task. 6 stream project. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah. Okay. So, I like this idea. We got to bundle this into the rest of the opening thing, I think. Seemingly never ends. Yeah, it's got to expand. Okay, I like this a lot, though. Okay, you put them in the trash can, secret notes, takes it from you. Something cryptic about tiles in a basement. Yeah, I think we should skip that part. Or we could skip this part. Alternatively, we could skip this part since we're not going to show everything anyway. So this becomes fodder for small jokes to whatever level of effort I feel like putting in. That's pretty good. Go to the mayor's house, steps on specific tiles, and they light up. A staircase appears. Actually, you know what? We should skip all this. I'll lead you to the end. He takes you to the library. It's incredibly long. You eventually hit untextured tiles that span in every direction. This is as far as I've gotten. It seemingly never ends. I once spent an entire month walking in that direction. I would have kept going, but I needed to see grass or cows or people again to keep my sanity. Have you tried dreaming? Okay, so this is what I originally had. I don't like this idea. But there's got to be some reason why you as a player determine that you should go in different directions. And maybe, Oh, this is the other idea that I had. Okay, no, both of these are good. Okay, so the original idea was that you sleep to get out, and Sidekick eventually also sleeps to get out of the game, but it has to be in your bed for some reason. But they're not an architect. So that doesn't make sense. Like you were able to dream up a new game because you're actually one with the architect. But Sidekick would just fall asleep. So yeah, I don't think that makes sense. I think this is a cooler idea. So we delete this stuff. So the only thing we need to answer, well, maybe I should copy paste it somewhere. Maybe I'll just put it in Scratch. Yeah, so the only thing we need to think of now is what causes one of you two to suggest walking in different directions. So the context is you're in the infinite library with untextured tiles to the northeast and south. Well, pretty much all directions that aren't west, I should say, because it's also northeast and southeast and everything. With untextured tiles in every direction except west. And Sidekick tells you that they've tried walking east for a whole month. Yeah, maybe the natural question is, well, have you tried a different direction? Yeah, I mean, it could be as simple as that. I think that's decent. Alrighty. Have you tried walking in other directions? Hey, Remy. That is short for hello. That is long for hello. So what would the answer to this be? Like, no. Why would I? But then why would you actually try it? And why would you think that it takes two people? Yeah, so even if they said that they hadn't tried walking in other directions, why would you both entertain the idea? Spin up children, then they'll build a whole game for you. I think that it'd be kind of interesting to see what it could do. And I do wonder if game development will eventually get to that point, at which point, like, I'm obsolete, right? I guess coming up with a design doc might be the interesting part, but even then, you could probably just tell it, hey, come up with some cool idea that mashes together of like three different genres. Yeah. Limited context window or problem is very good. Yeah. I will probably try some AI stuff when it comes to the checkpoint, the first checkpoint. Yeah, I really like this idea. I kind of want to draw this out a little bit. I don't know if I have any graphics that can kind of show this. I guess I do. They're in Super Retro World somewhere. I'll go find those graphics really fast. Give me a sec. Actually, you know what? Let me take a break first. I think that probably... So where I left off, I want to look at the... I want to mock up the infinite library and see what like inspires me there. Could be one of those push button riddles where one of the characters needs to stand on a button while the other character can move. Yeah. Yeah, that's another route we can go with this. I was also thinking of like pushing levers or something. And I think that can be our kind of fallback here. If there isn't something clearer with this, I like the idea of this just clearly being an unfinished game. And this idea of an infinite library is it's fun to me. It's funny to some extent, and it's somewhat novel in my mind. Hey, Musco Busto. So anyway, I'll mock it up when I get back. Let me take my break. Is it jump time? It's gonna get it. Yeah, I should probably not rely on. It's jump time. Hello again. GG, everybody. All right, close the game. Test. I think that'll flush the buffer of captions. I gotta figure this out. Yeah, they're probably getting it closed now. Yeah, I gotta figure this out. The captions are still laggy. I even just processing the voice commands. The fun killer's here. Adam Buzzkill. Okay, so mocking up the infinite library. Yeah, let's go find the assets. Pictures, Super Retro World. Okay, open a new tab. All right, so here are all of our graphics. We have exterior pack. This doesn't contain. Eh, you could kind of call those interiors, although maybe those are walls or something. I don't know. But there should be an interior pack somewhere, right? Farming, Tree, Odyssey, Overworld. Where's... Oh, interior. Here we go. What does this look like? Yeah, perfect. Okay. So let's load this up. And I'll just make a new scene. We'll save this as infinite library. Okay, so we want a new tile map layer. And then we need this graphic in here. I have not been organizing anything in this. This is all just supposed to be a mock-up project. It's already out of control. All right. That said re-importing, which kind of spooks me because it makes me think that we had another thing already named Atlas 48X, which is very possible. And then I probably just broke something over here. But, you know, whatever. So new tile set, tile source, put that over there. Yes. And now we find some tiles. So you're going to enter this. Let's go look at itch for some inspiration here. Retro world. Where is interior? There it is. Okay, yeah. So something like this, right? So we got our house. We got... Where did the tile thing go? Yeah, here. All right, so a wall or something. Is that the wall? Yeah, that's the wall. I need to change the size of the tile set. It's 48 by 48. Yeah, which means I need to recreate the tiles. Drat. How do we recreate it? Texture region 48 by 48. Ah, nice. There we go. Okay, time to draw. So there'd be the rear wall. The side wall is just that like corner tile. Maybe this? No, not that. What am I doing? I did this for Skeleseller, but now I'm struggling to do this here. Yeah, weird. I don't see the... Oh, this. Here it is. It thinks this is empty, though. Which means I got to draw on it in the tile set, I guess. Create a tile. Yeah, create a tile, create a tile. Okay, great. Now I should be able to draw that wall, right? I don't know what I'm doing. All right, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. This is good enough. I don't care. This is not supposed to be some crazy thing. Let's just draw a rectangle of that. So now here's our really, really bad library. Yeah, something like that. And then there'd be a door that lets you enter somewhere. I'm not going to draw that. So at some point, this just goes off to the side and then just stops. And for that, I wanted there to be like a checkerboard pattern. Maybe it's just these white tiles though. So maybe we just do this. And maybe there'd be walls. And we need to make this actually have some semblance of being infinite. There we go. And I guess same thing over here. We got a happy little tree. An idea could be to have the sidekick hold open the portal for you. Then later you find something to hold open the portal on its own so they can come with you. There's not a sidekick in every world. And the goal for this particular thing is so that the sidekick doesn't follow you. They should go to a different world. So a very easy thing we could do is there could be, imagine like, I don't know, these rooms. There's like a blue side of the room and there's a red side of the room. And when you activate a switch, so like let's say this candle is a switch, when each person activates a switch, it creates a barrier in the middle, which I'll just render with this like bookshelf here. And now you can't walk back into the room. So a portal opens up, and yeah, let's say the portal is this thing. I know I'm really stretching things here. A portal opens up and you walk from the switch you had into the portal, and the sidekick walks from their switch into their portal. So it could be that that's what happens. I had that be the case for me. I wrote in the unbanned that I have no recollection of being there. And when they lifted it, they said they have no logs of me ever chatting there either. That is strange. And yeah, it could be a shared ban, but I would expect that to show up in the mod view somewhere. Kurdow, do you know if you've been banned from any other Twitch streams that could be possible? Okay, so the idea of walking in different directions is kind of a bad idea. I think for the sake of even just having a camera have one view. Although it would be kind of cool if you get to this, then you expand out into here, into this white area. And what we do is we like zoom out the camera really far and show you that this just goes on forever. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. I don't know the infinite library bit combined with this other thing. I guess let's, I don't need to take a picture of this really. I think the problem with the, yeah, I like the idea of the infinite library, but I would need for there to be some way that you can interact with it. Maybe there's a switch in the finite library that collapses the library into something else. I don't know. Or maybe there is some other puzzle in here. Maybe it's not totally infinite. Maybe it was like infinite with a pattern, and the pattern is something like this, where it's alternating red and blue tiles. And all you need to do is stand on a red tile and a blue tile at the same time. And now that you have two people, you can do that. That is possible. Maybe the tiles could even light up when you go on them to indicate that like the sidekick would have noticed this, but just couldn't stand on two at the same time. Shows up, so I assume it wasn't a shared band. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, strange. How's progression done? Are you building up the levels, trying to get to other worlds, finding a secret back door or something else? Yeah, basically finding secret back doors. And sometimes it's just completing the game, but you know, lots of times it's going to be like completing the game in a funny way or an unexpected way. And yeah, I'm just trying to, like, our current puzzle right now is you're in the infinite library with untextured tiles in every direction. Sidekick tells you that they've tried walking east for a whole month. And we need you both to figure out some kind of puzzle and then separate and then be forced to go into separate portals. So there are lots of ways we can do this, but I don't know how we do it with the infinite library idea. Again, if you had these colored tiles here, presumably Sidekick would have realized like, oh, these light up when you touch them. So what if we stood on different ones? And like, I think if it were that obvious, they would have, yeah, it has to be something probably not obvious, right? Whatever the solution is would have to be non-obvious. No, maybe it doesn't have to be non-obvious. Maybe it could just be, yeah, maybe there could be an obvious two-person puzzle and Sidekick just couldn't get any NPCs to enter the library in the first place. It's like they're zombies. Yeah. But then the idea of an infinite library isn't really all that interesting, right? If the important part is at the beginning. Hmm. I mean, we could just delete that and put one of these like here and one of these here. Or another thing we could do, instead of it being the whole puzzle, it could be that you start here and now it turns into a puzzle that the player actually has to figure out. Although then I have to design a puzzle. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea. Maybe the obvious puzzle is just the start of a bigger puzzle. Hmm. There wouldn't be any intrigue. You wouldn't ever get the line about, yeah, I walked for a month in that direction. I love that idea. I don't think I can. I'm not married to the idea, just to be clear. I just love to find a way to work it in. And if I can't, then fine, we scrap it. So where is it? Yeah, maybe walk for even longer. I once spent an entire month walking that direction. I would have kept going, but I didn't see grass. It's just this connects to the theme so well. Have I seen Westworld? No, I haven't. Hey, Bacon Life, have you seen Tower of Babel? Could be something similar where you have a way to search for a book in an infinite library and it directs you to it. No, I haven't. This reminds me of there was a Netflix show called The Magicians, I think. And there was also some like super large library and they just had to like summon a book to them, I think. Or was that The Magicians? I think it was. I made a game a long time ago that I told people about where it was a grid of tiles like this and there were walls. So like maybe this would be a wall segment here. And then there were arrows in some of these tiles. And whenever you moved somewhere, so let's say you're here, if you move to this position now, this arrow would move all the way over to where you are and block you. So now it becomes a wall on this tile. And if you move up, it doesn't do anything. But if you were to move right, then it would continue moving over to here. So it was like this shifting maze almost, but it wasn't very hard as far as games go. Yeah, I allow links. Yeah, sure. Although if it's a video, I probably won't check it out now, but I can always check it out later. All right, well, let me just keep planning stuff. I think I'm being a little too critical right now. So if we didn't have an infinite library, the sidekick could just bring you to the thing that they know is a puzzle. Bring you directly to the thing that they know is a puzzle, but can't get someone else to help them solve. But they probably wouldn't have told you, they probably would have immediately just asked you for help. And I guess maybe that's what happens. So that proves that you have agency. Can't tell you how long I've been waiting for something like this. But yeah, the first thing is they're just excited to talk to you again. So they answer some questions. They say, what a breath of fresh air. Maybe we can help each other. You have 3 crops on you, right? Of course. Well, you're supposed to put them in trash cans around town. I'll show. Okay, maybe this. Okay. Maybe this gives you a key and they needed 2 keys. Okay, that could work. Yeah, maybe putting crops into the secret areas gives a key, and there's an obvious door that needs, or obvious like 2 doors, and there are 2 doors that require keys. Sidekick has already opened one, so they need your key. Search for a phrase and have to find it in Y chamber X row Z book. I don't think I totally understand what this website is. But yeah, I get what you're suggesting as an idea. And I think the question is, how much of a veneer of a puzzle do we want over the top of this? Who is putting in the secret areas? Isn't the idea you're just interacting with the architect's broken world and trying to get around it? Yes. But the brokenness in this case is that it's a single player game that required 2 people to solve the puzzle. So, like, I don't think this violates any of the sort of rules of the world that we set out. In that sense, it's kind of funny, actually. There was a game that I can think of that was kind of like this. So, Phantasy Star Online, well, I guess it wasn't really like this, but they had these like switches that you could activate. And in a multiplayer game, I'm not going to be able to find this. In a multiplayer game, you all had to stand on the switches at the same time. But in a single player game, you toggled the switches. So they like you turned them on and then they were just on. And that way, as a single player, you could still get through these things. But what if the broken part was, yeah, they just didn't work. You needed multiple people, but you couldn't get multiple people. And actually, I think if you were playing online back in those days, if you were playing online, it was a multiplayer game, even if you were the only person in it. So you couldn't activate any of those switches. So I like this idea. And then, yeah, the question afterward would be like, do we want a puzzle after this? I think you may have already had enough dialogue, so you would want something new. A puzzle could be kind of cool. Yeah, okay, so I really like this idea. But then the infinite library is just scrapped in this case. Oh, or maybe, oh my God, maybe, maybe the doors lead to the untextured area. Like the architect put this multiplayer puzzle in the game because they hadn't finished the game. This is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's probably not a library at this point, but it could be anything. It could be just a house and there's just a door. So you each unlock the doors, sorry, 2 doors. You push them open, you walk through, and now you're in some kind of puzzle world, I guess. Or that you're in the infinite section. The infinite section the only real reason for the infinite library is for the line about walking in the same direction for a month. Maybe there are like keyholes before that section, and putting keys in each makes it a finite library. There could even be a sign saying infinite library, and it changes to finite library as soon as you do this, indicating that there's now some puzzle you can solve. Could be anything, even a boat. I mean, that is what happens with a lot of this creative stuff. The Family Guy references creep in. No, that you could take it in any direction, because we really could. It could be a puzzle. It could be that we just force you onward. It could be that there's just a joke and it just carries you to the next place. Hey, Kappa. All right, but I like this idea. Let me back up a little bit here. So you meet this NPC. He is super excited because he can talk to another real person again. And then he's like, wait a second, the tutorial, like you got those crops, right? Those 3 crops are story important. I think that's necessary. Hang on one sec. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah. So rationale, those crops need to be important to the tutorial or else it will feel arbitrary. If you use the search feature and put it in Adam Learns Live, you'll find a couple of pages that use that. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. I see. Okay, so you bring the 3 crops, you put them in trash cans in the town because that's just how this game works. And then, yeah, it plays a jingle and you get a key. Yeah. Oh, right. The key. That was months ago for me. No, probably more than months. Yeah, how about just that was eons ago? Because it wouldn't be literal eons. This is an exaggeration, so you wouldn't know how long it is. Okay, that was eons ago. I remember it saying something about tiles in the mayor's house. Well, if you don't remember the key, but you remember the crops, whew. Yeah, I don't think this wouldn't be the thing that you'd say. Okay, so like great, you got one too. I was worried that it wouldn't work a second time. So he doesn't take it from you. Yeah. I like this joke about there are actually a series of puzzles, but he's like, yeah, whatever. I'll just bring you to the end. And I'll write that here. Like, could add a joke at this point about how there was a series of convoluted puzzles that Sidekick already figured out. And he was going to show you them, but he'll like graciously skip you to the end. God, this infinite library idea. Love it. But I gotta delete it, I think. I do want to put this somewhere in the scratch section. Okay, let's go back to that now. Okay, so now he takes you to a home or maybe the community center the community center where there are 2 locked doors. He puts his key in the first door. Well, it doesn't really make sense that you put them in doors, right? If a key unlocks a door, then you can go through the door. So it's got to be that you're putting I don't know. What do you what would this be? I was thinking about those old like light the torch puzzles. You know, where you had in Zelda to light torches in a certain amount of time. So like there'd be, why is it not working? Oh, because I've got it on the rectangle tool, not the pencil tool. Okay, yeah. So imagine you had like this here and this here, and you're trying to turn them into the lit torches, so like this. But in the time it takes you to walk over to here, the first one goes out. So now, yeah, you light this one, but you can't actually get them both at the same time because of the travel time. So in a Zelda game, you shoot like a fire arrow or something, or use your fire rod. But that's one way we could do this. It wouldn't make sense with fire. What is some other mechanism? What is some mechanism that would require both players to have something and to be somewhere in order to unlock 2 different doors? No, maybe it's just okay, maybe it's just there are doors leading to switches you stand on. Yeah, that could work. So like he easily opened one door, but he couldn't open the other to be able to hit that switch too. So with your key, you can open both. So now the 2 of you can stand on each switch. Well, on the switches. They would open a portal. It'd be the first time you take a portal. And then lock the doors behind you, forcing you to exit. Okay. I think that's it. I think that makes sense. Yeah. I'm not going to draw this out, but yet, well, I'm not going to really draw it out. I guess I can draw it with just like something like this. Well, let's delete that too. So yeah, I guess we don't really need it's just a white drawing. So imagine there is like, this is the end of the first room. And then there is a door here and a door here. And it leads to like a split chamber. And there are switches in the middle of these. So you enter here, sidekick enters here. You each stand on your switches. It then closes the doors so you can't walk through it again. They're locked maybe, but there's a portal that opens in the sides of the rooms. And maybe there's like, maybe this is almost like a jail cell and you can still talk to each other through it. They're just, bars. Maybe it is a dungeon. I don't know. Anyway, so then you have to walk into your portals and that's it. You go into the next game, I guess. Yeah, I think I like that. All right, takes you to the community center where there are 2 locked doors, where there are 2 rooms across from each other. One has an already unlocked door, but the other is still locked. You try the key and it works. Inside each room is a switch that you have to stay standing on for it to remain held down, like remain depressed. So now with access to both rooms, you each stand on a switch, a jingle plays, and it opens portals in each room, but slams the doors shut. Maybe there's some like, maybe the doors just have bars around them so that you can still talk to each other to say your goodbyes. Hope this leads to a better world. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I like that. So this would be probably the end of checkpoint 1. So what would have happened in all that time? You would have been through 2 broken games and your little fever dream thing. You would have seen the architect's realm. You would have been banished twice by the architect. You would have met Sidekick. You'd also have met the tutorial man. Sidekick shows that they have agency. And now you're being whisked away to a new world. All right, so let's go back to story beats for a bit. So you cycle through playing 2 to 3 games, breaking out of them. Each time, architects are surprised how quickly you're doing this. The reason why they're teleporting out is this. One of those games you encounter Sidekick. So you and Sidekick solve a small puzzle and get separated to different games. Eventually, the architect hears you out for long enough. Okay, so you go through this next game or some number of games. It doesn't really matter how many. Before you finally make it back to the architect's realm. When you do, the architect is willing to hear you say like, whoa, 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 hold on. Like, before you zap me out of existence, like, who are you? I think that's what you'd want to know. Yeah. No, you probably have to have some amount of explanation here. The player would probably want to know who the architect is, what their deal is, etc. Perhaps the architect could tell you that you can't actually be in this world. Got to end on a cliffhanger. I definitely think the demo has to. For the checkpoint, it probably would help for it too. I don't know if it's enough of a cliffhanger to just go to another world. Yeah, I think it's a good question to ask though. Don't I have something about a demo here? Demo. What would the demo look like? How do we give people the impression maybe it's relatively short? Yeah, we need to end on a cliffhanger. Is there an in-game reason why you have sentience and every other NPC besides the sidekick doesn't? Yes, there is. Yeah. So the one of the main themes is like all game characters start out as agents. If they stop having fun in the game they're in, they become NPCs, like lifeless husks. And the sort of arc of the whole story is you eventually learn this rule by, like, let me just say this instead of typing all this out. You will eventually encounter Sidekick again. And rather than them being like, oh my God, you're back, I'm so happy to talk to you, they start saying like NPC stuff. Like they're like, did you hear there's a new person in town? Can't wait to meet them. And you say that you ask them again, and they're like, "Did you hear there's a new like player in town? Can't wait to get to know them." They say something slightly different, and then they say like, "Player? Is it really you?" And then kind of go back to like what they were saying before. Like you see them kind of fading. They're like not really an agent anymore, and you're like, "Oh my God, I have to rescue this person." And you eventually try to like get people into games where they'll have fun. So the architect is making bad games, but you're one of the first people who has fun, which is why you're able to keep your agency. So this is all like a reflection. There's some real life messages here that hopefully won't be super apparent until the end. I mean, you won't even know about some of these rules until midway through the game, probably. So yeah, I this is part of why I like this so much. I think there's a lot coming together for this. Yeah, it seems like a cool concept. If I can properly execute on this vision, I think people will like the game. And I mean, there are a lot of like little jokes and stuff along the way. There's a lot of violating expectations going on. So is it enough of a cliffhanger for you to leave Sidekick? Actually, maybe the demo ends with those portals opening. Maybe the demo ends in the farming simulator with the portals opening. Or maybe it's just afterward. I don't know. Yeah. Like, okay, here's what I'm picturing. I drew out this really sucky picture here, right? You step on the switch, a portal opens. Imagine if in the demo this is blocked off and it says like, hey, want to find out what's in the portal? Go buy the game. You try entering, but it says this portal is not available in the demo. Please consult a portal technician on Steam. It's actually pretty funny because of the game Portal being such a big Valve game. Yeah. To get transported to some other world and have the player be like, Sidekick, where are you? With no answer. Yeah, I'll write this down. Okay. Whew. So let's see. I've got some time. I would like to plan some of the other things that happen here. We have made it through all of this. And this would probably take, if I had to guess, maybe like 15 or 20 minutes. So not a super long time. Although if you're playing some of these games, like the farming game, then you could probably play for an extra like half hour or something. Your portal is another castle. So eventually the architect hears you out for long enough to know that you enjoy the games. Oh, wait, we got to get another. Yeah, we got to have the other game play out first. And that game can be any of these other games. One of the things I want to keep in mind is pacing of each game. And maybe that's a question that we ask after this. Pacing, roughly divide the game into this. game length looking like? How do people interact with worlds? And have we put games next to each other that are of varying lengths? E.g., I don't want 5 long games in a row. We should sprinkle in some micro games. So what game do you go to after this? So you've gone from a platformer to a farming simulator to your fever dream mashup, back to the farming simulator, and now some new game. So the platformer was pretty short. The farming simulator is fleshed out, but kind of like maybe medium sized. So maybe the new game should be a long one. But I got to think of what the in real life player is going to think at that point. The IRL player is going to wonder, what happened to Sidekick? Why did I go to a new game and not the Architect? And we're not going to answer either of these questions yet. We're just going to give them a new game and be like, hey, I don't know, you figure it out. Is there a duration you're trying to hit for the demo? So right now what we're figuring out is just what does checkpoint 1 look like, which is what is the smallest vertical through the game that will let people gauge whether it's good. The demo might eventually be the same as checkpoint 1, but this is more for playtesting at first. So as an example, let's say it's, I don't know, June 1st now, and I'm like, okay, cool, we were done with this. I'm going to share it with people in the stream, probably only specific people who can record themselves playing and like reacting to it maybe. Maybe I find new people, maybe I find influencers, I don't know. I find some set of people to play it and enough people where I can get feedback on, is the game working well, but also are people having fun? How long are they playing for? And then what I'm hoping is that people are like, okay, yeah, it's good. There are some rough edges because of course it's going to be hastily coded. And we work toward checkpoint 2. So duration for checkpoint 1 is probably going to be somewhere on the order of 10 to 30 minutes. And duration for the whole game, I'm hoping lasts for at least a few hours. But it all depends on how much we can make here. Hey, Darkstorm. Apple runs from you and you have to block it with your body. I don't know if you heard my idea the other day, and it might be hard to find this again, but there are a lot of old RPGs where you have characters who walk in a path behind you. So like these 4 are your party, and if you were to move up, then this character would move right, this character would move right, and this character would move up. So it's kind of a snake of party members. And I wanted to play on that. Like there's a game where you form this snake of party members, and when you walk into an enemy, whoever your frontmost character is, like it does a rock, paper, scissors thing. So, you know, warrior beats archer and archer beats mage and mage beats warrior or something. And yeah, you just see how long you can get the snake to be and how many, you know, adventures you can knock out or monsters and you level up and stuff. I got to make sure not every game turns into an incremental game. It should be like fun mechanics that you learn and eventually move on from. That'd be fun. I think it'd be very interesting to see. Is the world sequence the order the architect designed them in chronologically? The world sequence is actually semi-random. The architect thinks they're warping you to your home world each time. But there's a glitch in the portal, or glitch in something. There's a glitch. And it's a random world. So as far as they know, they design these games and they put you into the game when they designed it. So like they designed the game and the characters. So you were made for this platformer. But, well, you're special. But anyway, let's say someone else was made for this platformer. They don't find this platformer fun. Very few agents actually like the game that they're in. And some people do, and you eventually find them. But yeah, most of the time you don't like the game, so you end up becoming an NPC in the game. Could be a Portal-like puzzle game. Yeah, I think for any of the real game mechanics, it's kind of tough to figure out what I want to do because it's just making another game. Like at some point, we need real game mechanics. And I mean, I have some planned out. I like them being silly games. We came up with something yesterday that I was like cracking up at the end. So I don't even know if I can sum this up anymore, but let's see if I remember enough of it. So this one, the working name was Museum Heist. The backstory is you wanted a summer job to be able to afford a tractor. I don't know how much tractors cost, but let's say it's $500,000 or something like that. Uh, you get a job at the museum and you work in the cafe and you whatever sell like pizzas and stuff, right? And you finish your first day and you get like $30. You're like, oh, this is gonna take forever. So what you do is you rob the museum, you take an artifact and you sell it, and you get like, oh, you get $100,000 for the artifact. But the museum would notice if they saw an artifact was missing. So you have to make enough food items at the cafe to form the general shape of the artifact that you stole. And it turns out that the museum patrons actually like your food-based artifacts more than the real artifacts. And you eventually make your $500,000 and buy your tractor. Anyway, I think that idea is very funny. There are game mechanics within it and everything. Like I was in tears laughing about this yesterday when we were talking about it. Because we were doing things like planning what shapes would each food have so that you could form the artifacts. Like there's an artifact that's, mostly rectangular, but then this section is a triangle and this section's circular. So you need to like set aside enough ice cream and grilled cheese. Anyway, that's the kind of thing we're probably going to be doing for some of the more real games in this. And there are a lot of other ideas along those lines too. You probably heard me talking about Sentient Bench. Actually, this might have been Tuesday. But in this game, you play as a bench. And there are a lot of villagers walking around and they get tired and they want to sit somewhere. But there isn't necessarily a bench there. So you have to stealthily move over to where they're getting tired. And then they'll rest on you for a bit. And you hire other chairs and you level up your level of comfort and your aesthetics. And then we enter an evolution sequence. I don't know if you remember the original Pokemon evolution sequence, but some Pokemon will level. What? Where's the in-game thing for this? Expected to show a picture of that. Yeah, something like this. So that's a video. Yeah, like what Pikachu is evolving, and you can press B to cancel it. Like at some point, your bench is going to try to evolve into a couch, and you have to cancel it. And there's a mini game of like, no, mash the B button so that the meter of like evolution goes down, and that way you stay a bench, so you keep your identity. Anyway, there's gonna be a bunch of like little goofy things like that, just fun games, funny events, and stuff that happen, and yeah, they'll bring you on quite the journey. In fact, by the end of the game, you should probably remark about how you've had so many identities. Like somewhere in the middle or the end of the game, should remark about how you've been so many different things: a bench, a fighter jet, a farmer, etc. Careful how games you play while developing due to influence. UFO 50 is a game with the pretext of a compilation. Could be useful to check out. Might also fall into the pitfall. Yeah, I know that UFO 50 exists. I don't know what they're aiming for with the games, though. Was it just to make 50 fun games? Or was there some, like, message to it all? Collection of 50 single and multiplayer games that span a variety of genres. Our goal is to combine... Oh, okay. So, yeah, they were just to make 50 fun games, right? And I've seen a Steam page for this before. I think this is cool. I think it's a cool idea. I am intrigued and I'd probably want to try it someday. But I think the difference, at least from my understanding, is that they were just like, here are 50 fun games, and not like here's a, I don't know, maybe they have an overarching story. There is a little bit of lore. Okay. Yeah. So some of the games that we do for this, and I don't know if UFO 50 does this, but I want to have some micro games, some mini games, some like, there won't be any fully fleshed out like 5-hour long games, but some actual just like games, I'd say. And the micro ones might just be a simple joke that takes like 15 seconds. The mini games would probably be somewhere in the like 1 to 5 minutes, and games in this context would be maybe like 5 to 30 minutes. Might be good to see how they do their control settings. Yeah. Yeah, and I also want to see how this plays out myself, because yeah, that's one of the things that would be hard to keep in mind. Like I know the controls, of course, but other people might not. And maybe we just show them on screen at some point. I mean, most tutorials have that, so that would be a pretty fitting way to do that. I should write that down in questions after checkpoints. Cost, game difficulty, theme, achievements, marketing. controls. So how are people struggling with controls at all? Most tutorials have an on-screen guide, especially new Nintendo games, that we could use to indicate what does what. Yeah. It's supposed to be all tutorial. Like more or less, yeah. Some of them are a little less tutorial than other ones in that, hey, we're going to teach you the game, and now like the thing that's broken about it is maybe a little different. So for example, for that bench game where you play as a bench, where'd that go? All right, probably. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So as you play as a bench, the brokenness here is, you know, character selectors with locked characters. Can I find one of these? Yeah, something like this. So there's a little lock icon there. Imagine that we just had like 4 of these. And it's like, okay, this one's a warrior and a rogue and a mage and then a bench. And these ones are all locked. So you cannot pick the typical RPG classes. In fact, actually, an idea that I had that I gotta write down is one of them is sitting on a bench, and you actually choose the bench. I think that's a great idea. Where is it? Huh? Did I write this down? Oh, here it is. Choose your character. Best rogue in the world. And there's a simple bench. In fact, maybe one of the other characters is sitting on it. Maybe they're all sitting on them. Oh my god, that's a better idea. All of these characters are sitting on benches, and you're actually picking the bench, not the character on the bench. Yes. Oh my god, that's a great manifestation of this. Or they're just not even, or the bench could just be in the shot. Yeah. We have a 3x3 area showing the warrior, like a target dummy, some weapons, and a bench. We have another 3x3 area showing the magician, some crystals, yeah, whatever, etc., and a bench. Yeah. DLC will be the whole Skeleseller game. I was debating on doing something like that. Like at one point you get to the end and it's like, well, here's all of Skeleseller now, but I think we should just do a tiny homage to it, or even medium-sized homage. They're all sitting on a bench, you pick the bench. Okay, yeah. So same invention, different timeline. So we're gonna put you into another game. I guess at that point, do I have this all written down in the opening? Okay, so this would mark the end of the first checkpoint and likely the demo. Where was that idea about the portal? I should just write that here, right? Yeah. You try entering the portal, but it says, yeah, this. What's it called? Benchmark? That one was called Sentient Bench because I like the idea of the similar sounds and that you are a sentient bench. I think the game titles would sometimes ruin the games though, and actually that's something I want to think about. Like there would be a loading screen for this. But if you saw that the game had bench in the name and then you realize, oh, character selection, I'm probably going to be a bench, right? So we got to be careful about that. They're all lit up like you can select them, but your mouse can't go to that part of the screen. A timer's ticking down. Mouse bounces off an invisible barrier. I think so. This will be controller based, and that's one of the things we got to be careful about. I'm not trying to be a buzzkill here, but one of the things is any interactable UI elements. Like let's say I was using a controller to control VS Code right now. Like I probably wouldn't just have it be a virtual mouse cursor. I'd probably be like, oh, here are the tabs. So you can go from here to here to here to here. And like pressing left does this, pressing right does this. So you're just moving between the tabs. When you press up, it goes to like this section, then left, left. So like at any point, you're only highlighting interactable elements. And that's one of the problems with a controller-based game that's trying to hide things is for accessibility reasons, you want it to hover like this tab. But if there's a secret tab right here, pressing right would move to like the secret tab. And now you'd be like, oh, well, I guess I can interact with something there, right? So to get around that, you'd have to make it point and click. But then that makes it a little bit less accessible because now you have a virtual cursor to control. And actually, this is something I got to figure out with the whole loading screen thing. We shouldn't always show the name of the game. Or at least, yeah, in case it'll ruin a joke. E.g. sentient bench would give away the joke. In those cases, perhaps we could make up a game like The Ultimate Adventure or something like that. Yeah. What's causing you to be able to go from game to game versus the architect trying to send you back to your game and failing and glitching? Did he make the game's link or is something else causing it? I don't think I've fully answered that question. Yeah, I haven't fully answered that question. What's causing you to go to the real world, though, is a glitch. And I haven't answered it more than that. But the other real reason here is like you are the architect, or rather, you become the architect. So, in essence, it's kind of like Link's Awakening. It's not really the, oh, it was all a dream. It was like Link kind of created the world he was in because that's what dreams are, right? So everything that he did, he kind of crafted for himself. And it's something like that here. But the story reason is it has to do with like finding your passion again. So at some point, your very being splintered and sent a piece of you into your own game worlds for you to experience your games as though you're a player, because as your game developer losing passion, you long to just have fun playing games again. And again, I find these themes quite nice. So yeah, I do need some kind of explanation for some of this stuff. What I'm planning is there's kind of a mandatory story, and then there is some optional content at the end. For this optional content, we can explain a lot more of the world. So when you're just going through, it's like, yeah, we're going to piecemeal this out. Who is that person? What is Sidekick? When will I see them again? But then you get to the end and maybe the games are a little bit harder. And maybe the architect takes a little bit longer to tell you, like, you know, I made this because I was feeling lonely, or I felt like I wasn't enjoying video games anymore. Simple title screens like you looked up the other day, like in Donkey Kong. I think it'll be a loading screen that just has like press start now to continue. Hey, Lava Cake. Should there be some sequence at the end showing you adding a portal to a level? Or is that too heavy-handed? I'm not sure if the portals are intentional. Like, I just haven't answered this. Like, are the portals intentional? Why would the architect have made these? Maybe... No, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we need to answer that next. All right, so yeah, this would mark the end of the first checkpoint, but in the full game, you would get sent to another game. As a player, your main questions / intrigue would be, where did Sidekick end up? And why didn't I go to the architect's realm this time? Hey, Ogard, what AI should we use to create UI interface of the application? Which AI? I think just whatever one you want to use. I don't know if one is necessarily better at UIs than other ones. I think some of it might have to do with just what is their context window, how much do they cost, how fast are they? But yeah, I would just try out whatever you have access to and see if it does a good job. Maybe the portal looks like the end of the level, but it glitches and teleports you instead. Hey, Supercuber. No, I think it needs to be clear that the portals always teleport you. so that when you see a portal, you recognize that's the end of the game. It has to serve as a marker for the player. They all program functionalities, but none actually generate the interface of an app. I might be misunderstanding, but a lot of frameworks or libraries have like a code-based UI structure. So for example, I'm using Godot, and if I were to add, let's say I make a new scene and I put in an HBox container, and inside of this I put a label and a couple of these, and now we go look at this, I can type in something like hi there person. Yeah. So we have 3 labels. They're in an HBox container. I can now change this to be a VBox container, and now they're laid out vertically. All this is a .tscn file, which I probably don't have open. But here's an example of it, like, oh, textures and labels and whatever else I might have in here. So I could just say, hey, go make this for me. Your UI is probably going to end up in a declarative format like that, or it's going to be created through function calls. Either way, the AI should be able to do that. I'm not sure if I'm totally misunderstanding your question or if there's some other piece of information that I'm missing for this. Is it intended to be the end of the level by the architect? Oh, I see. You're trying to answer the lore question behind this? Yeah, I need to think about that. Sorry, I haven't actually started thinking about it yet. I need to take a break before I do that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go take that break. And when I come back, we'll try to answer this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need to create a Windows UI. Yeah, I mean, first you need to pick what is going to be your UI framework. Like, are you using, I don't know what's even modern nowadays. But yeah, like, do you have an Electron app? Do you use some kind of like WinForm sort of thing? And then based on that, I think the answer should be pretty apparent. So if you go with Electron, you might be like, okay, well, let's use React or let's use Vue or something. Okay, how behind are captions? Not too bad. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello. I had to set up for lunch. Close the game. All right, so let's answer some of these questions. And then let's keep an eye on the time. Let's start a timer for 53 minutes. Should probably check after like half an hour though. All right, anyway. So, where's our scratch section of this? So, other lore questions. What would happen if a game character stayed in the real world for too long? I said they cease to exist, but what does that entail? I mean, probably exactly what it says, right? It has to be more than it has to basically be the equivalent of dying. If they just got sent back to their worlds anyway, then you could be in the architect's realm for as long as you wanted with no real repercussions. Yeah. All right, let's write that down. Can't stay in them for too long. They start to fade or have some kind of pixel decay. Yeah, these ceasing to exist. This is for story reasons, otherwise they can stay there forever. I guess I already answered that question. All right, fine. Well, anyway, what's this one then? So what do the portals represent? What causes them? Are they intentional? Why would they have made these? So the only portal I've written in so far has been the dual portal, the you and sidekick unlock. It's also probably the only time I'll ever put in two portals at once. Oh, I just heard that thing beep. That was fast. All right. So I think it only makes sense if the architect added these. No, that's not even true. No, wait. Sidekick also went through 2 or 3 portals already. So routes that could make sense. The architect added these. So they definitely can't involve you because you weren't there for the other ones. Yeah. So the architect added these, or there's some like glitch slash aberration. What else? Why else would portals be there? Slash, I don't know, evolution of game code. Maybe they're created by agents somehow. Old code they forgot to delete. Yeah. The old code they forgot to delete. Are there other architects that agents turn into, or only you? It's only going to be you for this game. There, like, if I liked this process and if people like the game, there could be DLC or a sequel, and we can explore other things. I think the whole game ends on somewhat of a cliffhanger. I don't fully remember because it's been a whirlwind of design. Where's the... Okay, the good ending. You rescue everyone. You eventually become the architect, maybe with the ability to patch games in the real world. Even hinted the DLC below, possibly by showing a preview of a game that has microtransactions. Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of what I want to explore for the next game, or the DLC, is like there's an evil or more money-focused architect, and you have to somehow, I don't know, play their games or something. Found a name for the game yet? Budget Matrix. Yeah, we have a name for the game. Yeah, there are definitely Matrix elements in here. So yeah, I don't like this since other agents aren't going to become architects. So I think this one's out. The architect added these. if the architect added the portals, then why? What were they added? So yeah, old code that they forgot. Maybe as a connection to the next level or natural world, but they never coded those. So they lead to other games. Or maybe as a connection to the other games. But I don't know why they would have done this. I don't think this fits the story. Or they wouldn't have crammed people back into their own worlds. Could be created by Sidekick. The architect Sidekick would turn into time loop. Yeah, you're suggesting that like all of them become architects? I guess that's another route. I mean, I should probably write some of these things down for like other routes we could go for a sequel. Some of these would require some amount of foundational storytelling. So like, oh, what just happened? Every agent can become an architect, or is playing out. No, that doesn't really make sense though, right? Doesn't make a ton of sense since you were a splinter of like the architect and ended up in these games, and they can only have one designer. Oh, you know, another idea I hadn't thought of here. No, that's never mind. I immediately shot down the other idea, which is like some other architect created them. But this can't work because the whole point of the whole theme of the game is accepting imperfections. So if you're going through other architects' games, then why are they broken, and why does your architect care about them? Old code they forgot. I mean, let's just explore glitch for a second here. So this is already how you get to the architect's realm. Although, well, it's not even only you who can do it. Anyone can do it. Which is available to anyone. Or else the architect wouldn't have been mocked. Yeah, so it's already been done. Being given prompts by an indecisive user. Hey, Nate. I don't want to go the AI route. It's actually something that people have said, well, not at least as a story thing. It's something people have suggested enough to the point where I ended up putting it in this document. Where is it? Yeah. Like, why not have them slop code their games? I want it to stand on its own. I think if there's some concept of code, I mean, we know there's a concept of glitches. So glitch is typically associated with software, but something not acting the way you expect it to has been around since the dawn of time. Like, but evolution is another thing we could talk about. Like, they were originally some other object that, no, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning toward glitch. But in this case, in the farming game, you like the game purposely had a setup for them. All right. Maybe we need to just do some freeform brainstorming here. So you stand on a switch, the other player stands on a switch, and it opens a portal. But Sidekick didn't need you to open a portal necessarily for the last times that they went between worlds. So just completing some game thing did this. Maybe it's debug code? Yeah, I kind of like this idea. Like, it's a backdoor that only they were supposed to use and didn't realize they were still accessible. We would have to be very careful if we go this route, not to just throw any portals into like the end part of a game. Envisioning that they just had all their projects in one code base, like they'd add to one code base instead of making new repos. Yeah, I think this is along the line of what we should probably do. I'm also not even sure if we have to ever talk about this. I like having lore reasons in my back pocket, even if we don't ever say them in the game and nobody ever asks. Compile with a debug flag by accident. Yeah, could be. And high fieldy. All right, let's go write this down then in rules of the world. Game worlds. When leaving a game world, you either end up in a real world or another game. It's always through a portal. Rationale is for consistency. And so lore reason, the architect was working from like a single code base. I'll put that in quotes because it might not be code. And left in debug backdoors that were never intended to be reached by game characters. Or maybe they couldn't be unintentional. There has to be some intentionality here because many games will have explicit puzzles leading up to opening a portal. In the farming simulator, you and Sidekick both stand on switches and unlock the portals, or like manifest the portals. Yeah. So I like this. The thing I don't like about this is we just need to be careful. It's like, let's say, every time your character sees the color red, they go berserk. Like, that's a fine rule. You can put this in any game, but now you need to be careful about where did you use red in the game, and that's the part I don't like. So yeah, anytime you see a portal, it can't just be there in the open. Imagine you have the thing I keep searching for, Super Mario Bros. 1-1 map. Like, you can't just put a portal like there. It would have to be something like this, where you have to jump and hit your head on an invisible block, and then that block spawns a portal, and now you can walk in the portal. Because if it were, well, I guess it could make sense that it's just there in the world and the architect left it. Yeah. If we ever accidentally leave a portal out in the open, we could just say that the architect forgot about it. Most of the time, though, there should be some kind of ritual to open it. Yeah. Okay. Get merged to the wrong project. I think some sort of alternate reality game that involved all those games. Yeah, that's like a deeper level for the lore reason. I think I just wanted to get the surface level, and I'm pretty happy with this. I think this is good. So that deletes our questions, right? Yeah. And then, yeah, what should we name Sidekick? So I do like the idea of naming them Sidekick, as mentioned there. Let's keep going with this. So remember, your name is player in the game. What is this? Hang on a second. Let's check really fast. Okay. Your name is player. I wanted Sidekick to be named similarly. However, they're not really your sidekick. That's the other problem. For them to be your sidekick, they'd have to be at your side, helping you with your quest in some way. You're actually helping them. Like, if we look at the story beats of the game, you meet Sidekick in the farming game, and together you unlock these portals. Well, I have a really sucky drawing of it. But anyway, you unlock some portals, and you go to a different world, and that's it. Now you're not together for the next, like, 2-3 worlds. Then what? You go through another few games before finding sidekick again, only this time they're practically an NPC. With what little agency they have, they join you in your jailbreak from this world. You bring them to the architect. Yeah, so you help them. Then you get teleported into different games. Then you go another few games. At some point, you find Sidekick again. He's nearly an NPC for the second time. You bring them to the architect. They've just fixed the glitch. They report on which game they'd like to go to. You join them there. You rescue games. Yeah, now we get to the multiplying thing. This will probably be shorter than 5 hours. This game. that's my guess, but it all depends on how long the sub games are. Bud E. Palson. Bud E. Pal friend. Yeah, I think sidekick wouldn't really work. What's the official definition of sidekick? Person's assistant or close associate. Yeah, I don't think it really works here. I don't think we can call him sidekick. Robin. Isn't it basically the damsel role? I wouldn't say so. I think when I think sidekick, I think of superheroes actually. And I think Batman comes to mind with Robin. But I can't think of any other superheroes, so maybe it's just Batman. There's got to be another superhero that's got a sidekick, right? Oh, thanks, NeuralNet. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, companion is probably better. Or like friendly other agent, I don't know. Superheroes with sidekicks. I don't know any of these. Wonder Girl? No, yeah, I don't know any of these. I know about Wonder Woman. But yeah, Captain America and Bucky Barnes. Yeah, apparently, I don't know. I guess it's just Batman and Robin for me. Yeah, Holmes and Watson, I think of as well. Yeah. Yeah, Captain America has one. I've only seen the movies. I don't remember. I thought Buddy was a villain. Captain America Buddy. Or, well, no, I can't find it. Okay. Well, yeah, we should change the name. So they're not your sidekick. They're not even really that close to you. You rescue them twice. Well, actually, 3 times, right? Yeah, 3 times. What do you call someone you rescue 3 times? I don't know. Victim? Imagine a character named Victim. That wouldn't even work. Victim. Mm. Mark. Their name is Mark because they're constantly falling for these sucky games. No, yeah, I don't think we can use a generic term. Maybe we should just name them. Victim. Hey, Paul. Yeah, I think they're not really a specific category of character archetype. They're mostly a victim, dark joked victim, but I don't think naming them as such would be good. We could just give them a name. Maybe the player names them. Like you're picking the name of the character that you save. That could be a little bit more interesting. Rescue hat trick. Tom McGuffin. Was I was thinking about earlier. Yeah. I was thinking about how why is it that so many old Nintendo games had you rescue a princess. And like in worlds where there might not even be a princess, like Mario. In fact, I actually wonder, what did they do to... I guess she was in a castle, but she was in Bowser's castle, right? Like in Super Mario Bros., she's not the princess of her own kingdom. Is that ever talked about? We'd probably have to look at the instruction book. They're the main character of a tragedy. Yeah, but like dated tragedies, right? Where there were actually princesses because there was a monarchy. Whatever name you type in, it autocorrects to Buddy. I'm still not sure how the start of the game is going to work for the main player, because originally I thought of an idea where no matter what language you're going to play in, it picks a different language and then has you enter a name input. So like name input, Zelda, Japanese. Let's see if we can find a picture of this. Yeah, like this. So imagine you're playing the US version of the game, or you've got it set to English, and this is what you're looking at. And as you type in characters, it types out at the top Player. So you're like, oh, I guess I still managed to pick an English name. Oh, I see. Sidekick. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Anyway, that was my idea, but I think this is a little bit jarring because even though the game's called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, this is maybe not the expectation you'd have before even getting into the game. Like maybe the first time we break your expectation is in the first game. I think that's probably a good idea. So I think what we could do is we could have a, like, the flow would be the title screen, and there are settings and stuff here. This is all just for the player. That's all pretty obvious. Then from the title screen, you can click new game. And then from there, it says name this character. And then shows you a picture of, let's just take any of these. It doesn't matter. Where's the character pack? Character pack, here we go. And we have split sprites, character 0. What's this look like? Yeah, it's good enough. Okay, so open with Affinity. All right, so name this character, and we would take this.
Whoops.
My God, I need to learn how to use this better.
Whoops.
Why is M not selecting?
Whoops.
Rectangle tool. This is to draw. Oh, I'm in vector, that's why.
Whoops.
There we go. I know how to use programs.
Whoops.
Okay. Can I paste this in here now? No, because I don't know how to use programs. Got it. Yeah, so name this character. And then you start in the platformer. And it does feel like, why did you even name that character? Not player. Player and not player. The thing is, you will eventually meet another agent too. And I like the idea of customizing this to some extent. You try to name your character when you play Wordle. Okay, that is hilarious. Oh my God. Like, name your character, and it's gotta end up being player. But I guess we show you like blank, and you pick a letter. You'd have to type something out. I don't think you can do that, just to be clear. I don't think you can. Well, maybe you can. Maybe you can take Wordle mechanics, but we could make it a different kind of game, maybe, or you're playing Hangman or something. But still, I think just maybe we'd have you name this. Now, my question here is it jarring at all to name a character you won't see for like 10 to 15 minutes? Like, we don't have you name your character. We're having you name a different character. And I don't want to jar people in this way. But I also don't want you to have to name them just when you meet them. But you kind of created that character, right? Also, it'd be funny to put some like jokes here. Like, if you need help, keep this in mind. They enjoy pineapples. Their favorite animal is an aardvark, and I don't know, something else. I think it'd be funny if you're on the screen for too long. Or maybe not, I don't know. But yeah, the question's still the same. Is there another game that has you do this? That you name a character that's not your own? Just thinking about it, like Final Fantasy VII, you named characters as soon as you met them. Or I guess if they introduce themselves, I think. In something like Secret of Mana, you name your first character. I think it's the same thing, right? I'm not positive about that. No, is that how that works? How does Secret of Mana work? I guess it doesn't really matter how it works. How do I want this to work? Amber. Yeah, I do think it'd be jarring. Feels like it would be jarring. Yeah, you don't see them for a little while. So you'd be like, why did I name that character? Also, I think Deltarune does something like this, and I don't want it to seem like I'm copying Deltarune. I only played that game for about an hour, and I don't even really remember the beginning. And maybe the name comes in handy later somehow, but... where's that timer I started? Okay, hang on. I'm going to be back really fast. I put something in the oven. I just want to make sure I'm not lighting our place on fire. I'll be right back. Okay, everything's fine, and not Nate, this is fine, the house is on fire kind of thing. But in actual, everything's fine. Chrono Trigger did that too. Chrono Trigger did the whole name everyone at the beginning. Because I played Chrono Trigger a long time ago and do not remember how you named them. Yeah. But that would solve this problem, letting the player name them. I mean, the other way we could do this is when they show up, you could name them. Yeah. We could just wait for them to show up and then have you name them. Don't play them until chapter 5. So you're creating or naming Sidekick because you're the architect. Yeah, that's basically what I was getting at. But you didn't name all the other agents, so it's not super consistent, and you will meet at least one other agent. And I mean, eventually you'll turn everyone into agents and you won't have named them. Oh, wait, no, what am I talking about? Oh, yeah. Oh, the architect gives you the list of those names, right? So this character had a name, but yeah. I like this. I like this. I think this kind of fits the theme. And I like this idea. I don't know if we need it for checkpoint 1, but I think we should make it at some point. I don't know where we even write this. Yeah, maybe in the opening. Start on the title screen, blah, blah, blah. Start the game, platform. Yeah, okay. So you start a new game. You see this screen. You go from there into a platforming world. When you meet them in CT, what is CT? Oh, Chrono Trigger. Oh, yeah, I see. You do a spoof on who's that Pokemon when naming. Bet you're naming something that you don't even, you can't even see yet. They should be animated here. Yeah, I like this. Okay, I like this idea. I think this is pretty good. Let's go back to the scratch section and just delete this. Pick of character. I want to take up my precious space. Okay, so what should we name Sidekick? Yeah. So I wrote Sidekick everywhere. Is Gemini in Google Docs for free? Isn't there some like Gemini button they were constantly trying to shove down my throat that I just ignored? I have not ever tried it. I don't know if it's paid. But if someone knows the answer to that, I'd be curious if it could rename Sidekick everywhere. No, maybe we just call them Sidekick for the document. Yeah. I don't have Google Workspace, no. I'm guessing it's in that only. So characters, Sidekick, friendly, masculine character, been stuck in 3 separate tutorials. Yeah, so note the player names this character and they aren't actually a sidekick. Since you're the one rescuing them. Oh, we could do a joke where if you don't type in a name, it could come up with one for you. But we got to be careful about those sorts of jokes. Those are probably going to be like very language specific. Or we could come up with a specific one for each language. Is included in cheaper, I see. When you were working at Google, was there already some AI hype there? Yeah, actually, that like blew my mind back then. So there's an internal IDE and there is AI connected to it. This is not like secret. The internal IDE has been talked about externally, and that there'd be AI in it is now pretty obvious. But when I first used that, I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe this. It's like trying to predict what I'm typing. And yeah, I was just so impressed by it. But it wasn't agentic AI yet back then. Just local files. You could open the directory. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could still copy paste this into something else. I guess it would lose its formatting. Yeah. Hey, Cooter. I just wanted to say that I really like the concept of the game. Normally, I just watch the VOD. Oh, cool. Well, welcome in. Yeah, nice to see you. I'm glad you like the concept. I actually think this is one of the first things about marketing that kind of should happen is like, is the idea even good? And one of the ideas I've heard for validating that is you put an ad out for, hey, I'm making Enter the Gungeon, a roguelike twin stick shooter, but the game doesn't exist, or it's just a Steam page or something. And if a bunch of people click on your ad and they're like, oh, cool, I wishlisted your game, then cool, your idea is worthwhile. So I like that people are responding well to the idea here. There are so many attractive qualities of making this particular game for me. And I am looking forward to starting on Monday. In the very small amount that I did over here, where I was just like, okay, let me just make this character. Oh, what just happened? Yeah, let me just make this character movable. In this very small amount of time, I'm like, okay, this is going to be very intense. Because, like, look at this jumping mechanic. Like, this doesn't look like it fits in this game. Also, that's the shortest you can hop, apparently. But this is the highest you can hop. Yeah, this doesn't look like it fits. I'm going to have to change animations and stuff. Even just getting all of that stuff correct. It's like, this is all for a bunch of throwaway jokes. We might as well just call this throwaway jokes the game. And then, yeah, you'll fall down this chasm and you'll be in a different game and you'll just never really see this again. It has a replace all, but sometimes you need to change conjugations or articles or, yeah. So yeah, I could just find all and replace sidekick. I probably won't. I'll probably just leave it as is. Yes, this, validate the idea first. Are you saying more so than I've done? Because I was going to say, I think the idea at this point has already been like, there's hype around this in chat at least, and for me. But the and for me part doesn't really matter. And then the execution is going to be where checkpoint 1 comes in. So if people play this and they're like, it's not really hitting for me, then maybe I can try to find out why. One of the things that I find kind of interesting is there are games out there that don't have to be super polished that still manage to just catch on like crazy. And Vampire Survivors, I'd say, is one of those games. Vampire Survivors sold fantastically well. And it was originally $1. And I don't think it looks bad, but it's not like blow your mind great graphics or something. It does what it needs to. Like this UI is not pretty UI. I'm not critiquing it. I'm just saying that this game still caught on regardless of that. So I think some game ideas will endure not being polished. Released our first game on Steam. Oh, cool. Can you share on the Show and Tell channel on Discord? Just code for symbols that don't exist. It's awful. Oh man. Normally just start working on a mini game for our platform by just jumping straight in and iterating. Might try on a design document. Yeah, I mean, it's worth giving it a shot. I think if you end up moving on from the design doc pretty early anyway, then it costs you almost nothing. Upside is you're bound to learn a lot just from the sheer diversity of mechanics. Maybe something sticks in a way you want to expand on. Yeah, that's true too. I hadn't thought of that. One of the things that's daunting to me about game dev is the like baseline of expectations at this point. And I've talked about this a few times, but one of the ways is just imagine something like a settings menu. You have video controls, you have audio controls, you have maybe some like game specific settings in there. This is practically necessary. I'd be surprised if a modern game shipped without this. And it's just extra work for you to do. And another kind of baseline expectation is like, oh, hey, we want the game to be in many different languages. It's like, you don't get this for free. You don't get this for free. Save slots, achievements, controller support, sometimes rebinding controls. Like people just say like, oh, this game doesn't have rebinding controls. I'm out. Not going to play this game. What else? I don't know. Just a bunch of other things that are probably there that, yeah, it's like, you just have to do this no matter what game you make. And I think we're starting to get to a point with games where it's almost like one system for a game is not enough anymore. If there's progression, there needs to be meta progression as well. Like even Vampire Survivors in that picture that I was showing, which I've already closed apparently. Vampire Survivors. They have, within a game, you can see some items at the top, and then you get done with a game. And I guess this doesn't really show it all that well. This one does though. Yeah, you like collect new items that you can unlock for the next thing. It's like a long time ago, this just would have been the game. There wouldn't have been something outside of this. In fact, I think Crimson Land didn't have meta progression. Crimson Land is one of the first like games. Okay, I probably can't show this on stream. But anyway, it was one of the first games like this that I remember. Yeah, I think you just played a new run. That was it. So I was going somewhere with this. The whole, yeah, I might want to expand a game. I think I just got to be careful about how much is exploring that idea versus having to go code all this meta stuff. This is probably also why people are steering more and more toward platforms like Roblox, by the way. Because like, why bother making the rendering engine, networking, multiplayer, achievements, everything else when it's like, well, this platform does all that for you. So now you can just focus on your game, which is what a lot of game devs want to do. Game devs want to make games, not like do a bunch of other stuff. Now, I'm not trying to say as a blanket statement, but I'd say probably most people do. I know there are people out there who like the business side of things or who like the marketing side of things, or maybe they only focus on that stuff. But at least as a generalization, this is true, if not for everybody. Oh, I'd still like to see it, Arcane Water, if you don't mind sharing, but it's up to you. Heavily focusing on reusable, decoupled features could save time in the long run if you had a bunch of mini games. Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier with keep it simple. If you design your games in such a way that you can like infinitely extend them, or that everything is reusable, you might never need that quality, and it might have taken you an extra amount of time doing that. So it's like, let's say you're making a single component for something, and the difference between putting it in its own file and putting it in something else is like 10 seconds. Okay, fine. Take that 10 seconds. But let's say it comes down to, okay, well, I know that I have requirements A, B, and C. Designing for D, E, and F might take you double the time. And it's like, okay, well, now you can drop it into any project out there, but it's like, well, you never needed that. So yeah, show and tell. Yeah, I think it's good. Thoughts on Hazel? I don't think I've ever heard of it, so I have no thoughts. PS is kind of meta progression in the game. Yeah. Decided to do a narrative driven game. Yeah. Replace Godot with Roblox. You know, there's someone out there who is doing that. Like they have a game idea and they just think, I don't want to do all the other stuff with game dev, so they end up making it on Roblox. But unless it catches on to a massive level, it's like, this is how it's always been. Like, how much of the pie do you want, and how big is that pie? So if I launch on Steam, I only get 70% of the pie, but the pie is huge. So it's like if you launch on Roblox, I don't know what their sharing is. The Roblox pie is, yeah, massive. And I think the revenue share is like a piddly amount. Roblox rev share. Okay, that's interesting. I thought it was always a low number, but apparently up to 70%. Currently receive approximately 25% of, get the thing away, of the revenue made within their experiences. Where do you get 70% then? A $50 game? What? They have $50 games in Roblox? I did not think that's how this worked at all. I thought all the games were free and you could choose to do microtransactions in the games. That's kind of, I don't know how I feel about that. It's not a time to move to Roblox thing. It's a, my gut reaction is, and I don't like this. Man. Hazel is the Churnos engine. I don't know who that is. How's code quality of projects you worked on at Google? I think it was good. Yeah. So much content out there, it's hard to compete for the money. Yeah. Roblox is using child labor, expects them to steal credit cards. There you go, Deeg. Thought it was a game for kids. I mean, I think Roblox is mostly for kids. I don't think it's that adults can't play it, but yeah, it's mostly a game for kids. Now, whether or not it is a game for kids, it's caught on with kids. So at this point, I think it's probably safe to say their target audience is mostly kids. But I think people would have probably said the same thing about Minecraft originally. Minecraft is kind of caught on for kids, but I think it started with adults playing it. I'm impressed seeing IPs like this grow. Minecraft, Pokemon. Like, I played the first Pokemon when it came out, and now to see that it's a multi-billion-dollar franchise in itself is just kind of nuts. Kind of same thing with Minecraft. Like, I played it, I think, in a beta, not an alpha. But back then it was just creative mode. There were sponges to soak up water. And now, I don't know how much money it's pulling in, but it's got to be a lot. Hey, Patootie. Please tell me there was an April Fool's this year. Of course. Although it is unlisted, so you have to find it in that document. Okay, I don't know what my timer's at because I don't think it's going to go off. 10 minutes? Okay, we've got 10 minutes left. Then it's food time. So let me close every other tab so I don't miss this timer. So what can we do in 10 minutes? Please publish. I might publish it in a few months, but I asked some friends about like, hey, what did you think of the video? And they were just like, you sounded bitter. They did not comment on any part of the humor at all. They were just like, yeah, you sounded bitter. So I was like, okay, pretty good idea for me to not publish it. Because if people who know me are getting that impression, people who don't know me will probably get that impression too. Final day of the initial game design. Fully fleshed out checkpoint 1. Decided not to explicitly prototype. Yeah. Okay, what else? File the unfiled items. Do I really need to do this? What else is unfiled? I don't know, maybe. Need all the starting games to make sense with a new story. We did that already. Think of how to ratchet up the comedy value. I think part of this is, let me write this down for here. I think I have it written down in terms of humor somewhere, right? This, yeah. Some of this is going to be more apparent as you make the game. So like, let's say, actually, this is how some people just develop is they find a bug and then they're like, oh, well, we're keeping that in the game. Let's say you have this and I don't know, there's some mechanic that lets you float upward in the game. You could just leave it in. But that kind of humor might not be obvious until you play the game. So I don't want to be too prescriptive with it. I want to have an outline, and I want to find a pattern that works for me for making this. You saw Mortmore, who works on Minecraft as art direct. His role got terminated. Now he's working to properly release his streaming hobby game. I don't think I'm familiar with any of this, but that's cool. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, wait. Maybe, is this the person who... Hold on. Is this the person who made the... Oh, no, I did raid this person at one point. They were making the game of the bunny. Yeah. Yeah. This looked really, really good. I say looked only because I don't know what happened with it. Like, apparently you might be releasing it. I'm not totally sure. But yeah. I'm very impressed by what artists can do because I can't do any of that stuff. Hey, offended. Let me alias capitalize today to today. There we go. Varied in skill level. Played from red and blue. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, you know, I've gotten some comments about Skeleseller that sort of make me think that people... This is only going to come off sounding bad, but like, I sometimes think people don't want to apply their brains. Now, Skeleseller, I almost marketed as a like turn your brain off kind of game. So you can play through it and you will eventually win. But there are some like basic producer consumer problems that some people just don't think about. And it's sometimes a little bit baffling. Like one of the most common problems is people will fight in the forest when they have multiple parties. So then they get all these small blue potions that are worth 3 gold. And they're just clogging every system in the game. And they're like, why can't I do anything about these small blue potions? And it's like, just don't battle there. Like you're the one getting the potions. And then they're flooding your market. And like your other items are disappearing. But for whatever reason, they're not like, oh, I'm going to turn off the forest battle. They're like, I'm just going to keep battling there. I don't care. And I just, like, I don't want the game to explicitly say, like, hey, you shouldn't do this. I want players to just be like, oh, I recognize that I'm in control of this. And it makes me kind of wonder, like, if you're playing a game like Pokemon, does anyone ever end up in the starter zone and they're just like, they're level 30 and they're like, man, why is the experience so bad here? Like, someone's got to have thought that, right? Like, if they're running into this problem over here, I don't know. This is why I don't want there to be more choice in the game I'm making now, because someone's going to make the wrong choices and then blame it on the game, and or expect me to like hold their hand the entire way through. Yeah. Shouldn't it be inaccurate in some way? Limited problems and limited choices are better. Or I think a game structure where you expect problems and choices, I think that can be fine too. So for example, if you're playing a puzzle game and the point of the game is just puzzle after puzzle after puzzle, like maybe Talos Principle or something. I didn't play a lot of that. But it starts you with easy puzzles and then gets to harder and harder puzzles. And then you're expected to think a little bit more. Same thing with Portal, actually. I think Portal did a really good job. There are some rooms that you just kind of puzzle over for a little while and you think, how am I supposed to do this? What do they expect? You eventually get over it and you solve it. But if that was just thrown in as a mini game as part of a bigger FPS, you'd be like, what in the world? What is going on here? Like, I just want to shoot people. Because if you're playing an FPS, that's what they got you used to, is you shoot guns and you move and jump and whatever else, but not solve puzzles. Yeah. Grind my way to a high level. Oh yeah. No one does a Nuzlocke run though by accident, at least. They know that it exists and then they seek out doing that. So they at least know what they're getting into. Yeah. Players not connecting forest produces blue potions. Oh no, players definitely connect that part. I don't think they connect that they won't get a solution to the problem in the way they expect. I think that's the part. But like they definitely understand that bit. And some players do eventually. I'm not being totally fair. Some players do eventually realize like, oh, I just need to stop this battle. Like I've seen it happen enough times, but I've also seen it happen where there are definitely very obvious things that the player definitely knows how to do, and they're just like, I'm not going to do that thing. And we've all probably experienced that as gamers ourselves at some point without realizing that it was us being dense doing a thing. Once you realize supply lights, super light supply chain management puzzle, the game is more clear. Yeah. Can I DM regarding coding channel, or better to wait until after the weekend? Oh, the JetBrains thing? Whenever you want is fine. Yeah. I have a bunch of messages I'm just sitting on right now that I haven't gotten around to. So I don't know when I'll get around to your messages too, but they hopefully won't be too terribly long. Is it not kind of the same vibe as Netflix shows getting dumbed down because people want to follow it on their phone, something like that? I think it kind of is. You know, one of the ways that gamers have complained at large is for modern tutorials. The kind that are like this. Like, click this button to proceed. Like, the reason this happens is because if you give people, I've said this a bunch of times on this stream, but if you give people any amount of freedom, they're going to do anything other than what you want. And this just exists to so much of an extent now. There are people who don't read stuff. There are people who read but then don't retain the stuff. There are people who are trying to do things in a certain way even though the game doesn't want you to do it in that way. And I see a lot of this happen. I just got a negative review for the Skeleseller demo saying, I think it was, there is zero explanation in this game. And I thought, man, they played for, apparently, according to the thing, 42 minutes. So like they probably beat the demo. They said there's zero explanation, but like there are tons of tips that pop up. There are some contextual things that happen. There are ways in which we subtly try to get you to the next area without teaching you anything. Like quests always require an item from the next zone. So when you get done with half the quest, you're like, well, where do I find the next item? Oh, that'll get me to move onward. So it's like there are lots of things that are trying to teach you the game. I think it's unfair to say there's zero explanation, but like that person felt that way. So who knows what they did or how they experienced it. Anyway, I need to go get lunch. I just heard the oven beep. So I do plan to come back for the afternoon. I don't know how long it'll be. And then later today, I'm going to be on Paja's channel for an interview. I should probably put that in the today command afterward. Yeah. Add to today command that I'll be on Paja's channel. Was that burger good? Yeah, it was. Okay, well, thank you all for watching. Coding will start on Monday. If you're not interested in design, you can skip today's stream in the afternoon. And there's the Discord links. I will see you all shortly, probably about an hour. Take care. Bye, everyone.